Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. So, welcome to today's marathon meeting. Welcome to members of the public who are attending in the public gallery and those watching the meeting via our YouTube channel. For those in the building, I'd like to draw your attention to the emergency evacuation procedure. Please leave the chamber by the nearest exit and congregate by the cathedral. As chair of this meeting, I'd like to remind everyone to treat each other with due courtesy, tolerance, and respect. And also, if you have mobile devices, please make sure they are on silent mode. Agenda item 2 is apologies for absence. I have received apologies from Councillor Morris. Are there any other apologies? Okay, thank you very much. Agenda item 3 is declarations of interest. Can I ask whether any councillors have any interest to declare regarding the items on today's agenda? Councillor Hooker.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I'm a director of Bristol Waste.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm an allotment holder with Bristol City Council.
Councillor Wilcox.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm a non-executive director of Gorham Homes.
Any others? Councillor Alexander.
Similarly, an allotment holder, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So next is agenda item 4, which is minutes of the previous meeting. I move that the minutes of the full council meeting held on the 14th of January 2025 be agreed as a correct record. Do I have a seconder?
I rise to second the minutes, Lord Mayor, and I reserve my remarks.
Thank you for reserving your remarks, Councillor Wilcox. And can I take it then that the minutes are all agreed? Thank you very much. So we move on to agenda item 5, which is Lord Mayor's business. Many of you will be aware that Councillor Graham Morris has been seriously ill recently. I know that all colleagues will join me in wishing him a speedy recovery, and we offer our best wishes to him and his family. Council also notes the sad news that Alderman Irving Rogers has recently passed away. Alderman Rogers dedicated his life to serving the city of Bristol. As a teacher, he was one of the first in the country to implement the Duke of Edinburgh Award, and he was a long-time lecturer at the University of the West of England Business School. As a councillor, he represented St George West for 10 years, between 1973 and 1983. He served as a magistrate between 1978 and 1994. He was also heavily involved in charitable activities related to mental health issues and became director of the Dementia Care Trust. I now ask full council to observe a minute's silence in his memory. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Agenda item 6 is public forum. Within the Constitution, there is no provision for public forum at the budget meeting. However, as indicated on the agenda, it has been agreed that petitions and written statements about the report on this agenda could be submitted to this meeting. Details of the petitions and statements received have been published on our website. No petitions, but 14 statements were received and have been published on our website. The statements have been circulated to councillors prior to this meeting, and I now ask full council to note those statements. Thank you very much. So agenda item 7 is the budget report 2025 to 2026. I'd like to refer members to the budget procedure document, which was published in the agenda papers and available on the website. As this procedure technically varies from our standing orders, please can I ask full council to formally agree to suspend the relevant standing orders which relate to the policy and budget framework. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. I think that's been carried. So we start with section 1 of the procedure. I'd like to start by asking Councillor Tony Dyer to introduce, summarise and move the budget report as Chair of the Strategy and Resources Committee. Tony.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My Lord Mayor, fellow councillors and members of the public both within the chamber and watching at home, I want to take a few moments before we begin today's discussion and debate about the budget to discuss the significance of today's meeting. Today, this council will discuss and decide on a budget for Bristol for the first time under the new committee model system. A budget that is the largest ever set by a Green-led administration. Today's meeting represents a significant point on our journey from the referendum in May 2022, where our city chose governance by collaboration and collective effort. The budget presented to members of full council today is the first since the turn of the millennium, where all councillors from all political parties have had the opportunity to actively contribute to its development and represents what can be achieved through the collaborative model of governance we have created. It is, of course, for all parties to choose how they engage, and some have chosen to take on leadership roles, whilst others have chosen to be in opposition. That is their choice. It is not forced upon anybody. Right from the beginning of this administration, we have also made a choice. We have made a choice to be open and transparent, to share information at an early stage, not just with other councillors, but beyond, with members of the public. We are committed and continue to be committed to public engagement, to listening to feedback, and, where possible, using that feedback to inform future decision-making. It's through this approach to collaborative, both cross-party and cross-city, and beyond with our regional and national partners, that we are in a position to set out a budget today capable of delivering what our city needs for the future and the stability required to build a sustainable future for each other that provides opportunities in an equitable, fair and empowering manner. The proposals we'll go through today are the culmination of hundreds of hours of work carried out by officers across the council and inputted and shaped by councillors from all parties. The process we have undertaken to present a balanced budget has promoted discussion, debate, challenge, scrutiny, and most importantly, choice. What we present to full council today, as I've repeatedly said, is not the product of us assuming that one party has all the answers, nor do we assume that all the parties have the answers. That is why we take the results of public consultation seriously. Gone are the days when the council will only consult on what is already decided to do. This budget represents a solid foundation from which we can progress the necessary work required to transform the council into an organisation that can meet the challenges and the opportunities of the future, including demand for services so that we can deliver the high-quality outcomes that residents both expect and deserve. When taken together, the various parts of this budget set out over £1.3 billion of revenue spending in 25-26 and over £400 million of capital investment. This is a sizable commitment to the future of our city. Before we get on to exploring the finer detail of this budget, we should pause to remind ourselves of the continuing challenge being faced both by our council but also by other councils across the country. Recently, you would all have seen the news that some 30 English councils are working with the government to leverage borrowing of around £1.5 billion to stave off bankruptcy. Some of these councils also being given permission to raise council tax by 10%. These councils that are reliant on this exceptional financial support will now find themselves laden with high levels of debt that in many cases can only be paid off by a fire sale of council assets. I am proud that we have not had to call upon the government for that type of work, because it would have been damage to this city's future sustainability. However, we must continue to carefully monitor the performance of our own financial systems with a high degree of vigilance. Every penny of expenditure must be scrutinised, and as many of you will have experienced already, as well as setting up additional financial controls, we have also increased the amount of financial reporting coming to policy committees. This is absolutely the right thing to do, because regardless of what has been claimed, the majority of our funding continues to be raised locally via council tax, business rates, council rents, fees and charges. We owe it to our residents and businesses to ensure that we spend their money wisely and well. In particular, we know that asking people to pay more council tax places a burden on households. The council tax reduction scheme currently helps 32,000 households that are on low incomes or out of work or retired to pay their council tax. Council tax is a regressive system, and local taxation is in urgent need of reform. We will be lobbying government to face up to this challenge, whilst locally also setting up a task group to look at how we can best support low-income households in our own city until a more progressive system is introduced. We can't escape how hard it has been to balance the budget for 25-26. But the hard work I have referred to provides us with an opportunity to balance the books over the next 2 years, providing much-needed financial stability. Stability is what all councils crave, and we are no different. Following over a decade of single-year settlements, leading to highly restrictive limits on how far we could plan ahead, combined with severe constraints on how certain parts of funding can be used, have placed severe constraints. We are determined to move away from this short-termism. We are planning for the future beyond the next 12 months, investing now for longer-term benefits. This is why we are committing £70 million of investment across directorates to address growing demand to future-proof services and meet new and emerging challenges head-on. By focusing on transforming areas through investment programmes such as Families First and temporary accommodation, combined with the other measures set out in this budget, we have put ourselves in a position of making efficiencies in these programmes which would deliver a substantial but sustainable £79 million per year to the budget from 2030 onwards. Investing in our transformation programmes will bring a sustainable future for vital services. But we must also invest in the fabric and mechanics of our city. Alongside that internal investment, we are also proposing to spend over £400 million in areas such as parks and green spaces, delivering new council housing, repairing ageing highways infrastructure, bringing new transport options online, and introducing new homes for children in care. We can be confident that despite the difficult financial circumstances, we are putting our council in the strongest possible position to negotiate whatever challenges lay ahead. This includes the impending National Comprehensive Spending Review, which will hopefully provide a much clearer indication of the government's intention to provide additional support in terms of financing local councils. I hope they live up to their promise and provide the increased level of funding we need. We may be weathering the immediate storm, but a journey to safety must include government support that meets the needs of councils, not just here in Bristol, but across the country. We welcome the government's commitment to multi-year settlements, which complement our own longer-term approach to the council's financial situation. In addition, we have our own list of what we'd like to see in the review. This includes areas such as public sector reform, with an emphasis on preventative early intervention. Fiscal devolution that allows councils more flexibility in how we raise and spend funding locally. Clarity on the future of DSG funding, including a workable replacement for the statutory override and the SEND system. And reform to how council housing is funded and supported, and much more. These are asks I'll be sure to relay to ministers when I give evidence to an upcoming Housing Committees and Local Government Select Committee next week. These asks aren't pipe dreams, they are real and practical actions. National government can take these on to meet the growing needs of our residents in a fair and financially sustainable way. In recent weeks, we have seen and proven the case that positive collaboration working in the region can deliver hard benefits for the residents of the West of England. The deal to reopen the Portishead to Bristol railway line was built on positive, close working between the councils in the region, the regional Metro Mail, and a government opening the door to hear what the need is and to support us. In finding a solution in that way, I hope that we'll see more of that, particularly next week when I meet with the Housing Minister along with other local authority leaders. Lord Mayor, I'm proud to move the budget before us today for the approval of the Chamber, and I look forward to what I anticipate will be a lively discussion. And it should be a lively discussion because everybody in this chamber cares about this city and we all have strong opinions about the best way forward for this city. And it is absolutely right that we should have the debates and those debates should be strong and well-powered. But in the end, my Lord Mayor, this administration will take on the task of delivering this budget, unamended or amended, and those to come, and we will not shirk our responsibility to do so. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And now I'd like to ask Councillor Caroline Gooch, Vice Chair of the Strategy and Resources Committee, to second the budget report. Caroline.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In seconding this budget, I note that this budget is a solid one in difficult circumstances, aimed at securing Bristol's financial position and to avoid the issuing of a Section 114 notice. The situation has arisen due to falling levels of central government funding and increasing resilience by local governments on the regressive council tax, which is costing the poorest households an ever greater share of their income. According to the Resolution Foundation, the poorest fifth of households were spending nearly 5% of their household income on council tax in 2020, up from less than 3% 20 years before. By 2020, the poorest families were spending more than 3 times as much of their income on council tax as the richest households. The poorest families now spend only £300 less on council tax than they do on income tax each year. We recognise that by having to increase council tax to bring in desperately needed funding, we are placing yet more financial burden on households. We welcome the fact that the Local Government Association Economy and Resources Board is pressing the government for reform in how we fund high-demand services in the upcoming spending review. However, my group welcomes this budget as a first step in turning around the city's finances and improving the direction of travel. Good work has been done to avoid some of the worst savings options, including museum closures and cuts to crossing staff. We are glad to see that decisions on the library service have been deferred and will be subject to a working group that will be headed up by my ward and party colleagues, Councillor Williams. I look forward to working as part of the Support for Low-Income Household Working Group to examine how the Council can best support families and low incomes in the future. Furthermore, we welcome that millions invested into improving council houses which were left in a horrendous state by Bristol Labour. We will be making investments in tackling homelessness, £66 million additional investment in the General Fund. Ring-fenced income from CAS will be invested in extra transport infrastructure, maintenance and buses. LED lighting is being extended to parks and docks to save 1.4 million in energy costs and 1,700 tonnes of carbon annually. We'll be hiring 34 new practitioner staff at family hubs to provide increased support and specialist work with teenagers, and hiring additional social worker to work in the post-16 housing team to better support young people needing access to council housing. We're also investing in tackling homelessness. Sorry, lost my place. We're investing in council housing stock, including 21.6 million in high-rise blocks and 19 million in day-to-day repairs, and continuing to provide new social housing with 728 units planned. 136 will be delivered in 25-26 and 263 in 26-27. Buying 75 new homes also for temporary accommodation. This budget has been a cross-party effort, and I would urge all parties in the Chamber to fully engage in the committee system, which was implemented based on the vote of the people of Bristol. In today's political landscape, division often dominates the headlines, but real progress, the kind that truly benefits our communities, comes when we set aside partisan differences and work together. Cross-party collaboration is not just a noble idea, it is a practical necessity for effective governance. First, cross-party working leads to better, more durable policies. When ideas are shaped by a broad range of perspectives, they become stronger, more balanced, and less likely to be overturned with every change in government. Stability is key to long-term progress. Second, it builds public trust. Voters are tired of political deadlock and infighting. They want to see their representatives finding common ground to deliver real results. Cooperation signals that politicians are prioritising the people over party politics. Finally, cross-party working strengthens democracy itself. Healthy debate and compromise prevent the extremes of any one ideology from dominating. By working together, we ensure that policies reflect the diverse needs of our society, not just the interests of one group. In a world that is currently being turned upside down by geopolitical realignment and the frankly alarming rise of the far right, we can stand up for democracy and for representing all sectors of society in our decision-making. I urge the Labour group, therefore, to take their direction from the electorate and reconsider their decision not to engage fully with the committee process. You are playing into the populist hands with petty politicking. Politics should be about progress, not point scoring. If we truly want to create lasting change, we must be willing to listen, to compromise, and to work across party lines. That is how we build a better future. Thank you.
Each party group will now in turn respond to the budget proposals, and there is a maximum time allocation of 7 minutes each. So firstly, Councillor Emma Edwards to speak on behalf of the Green Group. Emma.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to speak on this budget with mixed emotion. We always knew that setting a budget as a new administration under a new governance system was going to be tough, especially when we inherited a budget that had been previously cut year on year due to 14 years of austerity. So my first feeling is one of pride that despite that, this new administration presents a balanced budget here today. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank officers, and especially our new Finance Officer, Andy Rothery, and previous Interim Finance Officer, Tony Kirkham. I also want to express gratitude to Councillors Tony Dyer, Heather Mack and Abdul Malik for leading us through this process, policy chairs who have gone through the budget areas with a fine-tooth comb, and to all councillors who have fed into this process. While it's great to see so many amendments being brought today, the amount of Labour amendments does make me wonder why it has taken them so long to get involved. After rejecting committee chair roles, it would have been nice to have seen some of these ideas being brought to work programme setting days. The committee system has been designed for year-round cross-party working, for all councillors, but especially chairs and vice-chairs, to bring their ideas to policy meetings, and I really commend those who have. Not fully engaging and instead saving up a long list of ideas to bring to one budget meeting is not the best way to participate, especially when the system invites a more collaborative approach. So I'm also feeling a little disappointed. The Green Group knew what we were facing this year. Bar a few nasty surprises, we have had an enormous deficit to close, and it is down to the hard work of councillors and officers that this has been achieved, avoiding the worst cuts. Instead, we are investing tens of millions in council housing and tackling homelessness, putting 66 million of additional investment into the general fund, in addition to more investment for community services, children and education. Those services still under threat, such as libraries and museums, are not being cut, and instead we are taking time to have a closer look at how to sustain them for the future. We recognise that that work needs to be done, and once again we hope that this can come from positive cross-party collaboration. Last week, Labour put out a press release about their public toilet amendment with a quote saying, "The age of austerity is over." This was news to me, and I'm sure it's news to many residents in Bristol. Sadly, austerity is far from being over, and Rachel Reeves herself has declared the first Labour budget as one of transition. It would certainly be news to those residents who write to Green MPs about their concern over the cuts to the winter fuel payments and the failure to lift the two-child benefit cap, and news to councils all over the country who are still having to balance their budgets via cuts to services and raises in council tax, because central government is still not willing to increase their funding. LGA analysis shows that due to inflation, alongside cost and demand pressures, English councils face a 2.3 billion funding gap for in 2025-2026, rising to 3.9 billion in 26-27, a 6.2 billion shortfall across the 2 years. We have heard the Labour group talk about austerity for the many, many years. Surely they do not think that this has ended already. We recognise that despite simple proclamations, we are still in a financially precarious position, and it is only due to collective hard work and our council leader securing as much additional funding as possible that we have been able to save Bristol from many unpleasant cuts, avoided redundancies, protected the most vulnerable, and instead are making vital investments and finding workable solutions for the future. Adult social care remains the biggest part of the budget and the area where residents remain vulnerable, and I praise Councillor Francis and the committee for their work in this area. We have recently had a CQC visit, and I'm confident the report will show the improvements that I've already seen in adult social care. In a couple of weeks, Bristol officers will be presenting evidence to the Select Committee in Westminster, only one of 3 local authorities to do so, making the case for more funding in this area. We want to use this opportunity to highlight the cost of inaction and how the underfunding is pitting services against each other. We are having to make difficult choices because we are still grossly underfunded as successive governments have brought adult social care to its knees. As needs rise, but we are demonstrating our commitment to reforming and renewing in this area. Children and young people is another area where our focus has been on righting previous wrongs to protect the vulnerable, and I want to thank Councillor Townsend and officers working in that area too. There is now workforce investment for 36 full-time roles, including the specialist post-housing social worker for the over 16s, and 35 for family support, including teenagers, edge of care, and for those with vulnerabilities outside of the home. This budget expands capacity in these areas. The dedicated school grant additionally supports the maximum number of children with additional educational needs within the next year's local funding formula. This was supported at the Bristol Schools Forum, so it's confusing that Labour didn't feel able to vote for it when it went to the Strategy and Resources Committee. We're also investing tens of millions into safe and decent homes for 27,000 council tenant households. The last administration sadly failed to meet basic safety and quality standards, but we are putting that right. We're continuing to build new homes for social rent, both directly and with our partners. We're transforming homelessness services, redesigning how we work with people to focus on prevention, and expanding the supply of decent temporary accommodation for those who most need it. It's interesting that we have heard so much criticism from Labour about how we're spending the HRA, yet they are bringing an amendment to draw money from the Gorham Homes house building budget. I will let Councillor Parsons speak on that later, and I commend him and his committee for all their hard work. There is much more I could highlight, and that we can be proud of, but this is only the first steps for our administration, and we know that we have more work to do, so I will finish on this thought. We will achieve more for the city. We will work better and garner more trust and confidence from those who elected us, regardless of political party, if we focus on the job at hand, if we put the petty politicking, the petitions, the headline chasing aside, and instead focus on what is best for the people of Bristol. So I commend this budget to you today. Thank you.
Councillor Tom Renard to speak on behalf of the Labour Group, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is a day of much anticipation, and no, I am not talking about this meeting, but the potential arrival of my second daughter, who is due imminently. So do excuse me. Do excuse me if I need to suddenly dash out the chamber. Now, I'd like to start by thanking council staff and the finance team for their support throughout the budget process. There are lessons to be learned for the general process for next year. The colleagues in finance who supported the Labour Group put in a huge amount of work. Their commitment and diligence has not gone unnoticed and is hugely appreciated. Now, let's recap. It was only 12 months ago we were in this chamber when Green Party councillors stood up, one after another, criticising a so-called cut budget, which they can't support due to stubborn ethics. There were vague promises of sunlit uplands, of how different everything could be. Things could be different, they said. They were right. It could be much worse. Fast forward a few months, policy committee chairs and the UK's first Green Party council leader drafted proposals to sack lollipop people, gut the council tax reduction scheme, make huge cuts to voluntary community organisations and creatives, mothball museums, and close up to 19 libraries for good. This was no more of a cross-party process than the mayoral budgets. The Finance Subcommittee played a role similar to the Resources Scrutiny Committee and had no decision-making powers. We then had Councillor Dyer talk about the Labour administration supposedly refusing to make tough decisions that apparently should have happened long ago. To bring us into line with other cities, a thinly veiled reference to maintaining the 100% council tax reduction scheme and not permanently closing a single library. Likewise, Councillor Williams then spoke about how we couldn't balance the books without making cuts to the library service. And even then, with all those awful cuts going through, Council would still only have 800k headroom. So no, it's clear these weren't just options, they were proposals. Abrupt U-turns then took place. What changed to allow such an about-face? Where was the money found? Down the back of the sofa? Conjured out thin air? Perhaps one of the trees fell by the fountains on the orders of this administration. It's being replaced by a magic money tree. Yes, I may be being somewhat flippant, but on a serious point. This year, Bristol City Council received an additional £27 million a year through the medium-term financial plan, compared to previous forecasts under the former Tory government. And those are not my numbers, finance officers, and we can provide the receipts. It suits the Greens to talk of supposed continued austerity, as it's yet another avenue that allows them to duck responsibility. You won't get everything you want from the government in one go. Rebuilding the state after it's had its foundations chipped away at for 14 years takes time, but this sum of money is not to be scoffed at. Even though you've been bailed out of doing the most unpalatable of things, this is still a bad budget, devoid of political direction. There are still significant cuts to VCSE organisations that do so much good work, cuts to the domestic abuse budget, cuts to the archives, cuts to waste collection, an extortionate hike in Meals on Wheels fees and more. None of these are financial necessities, they're political decisions that are entirely avoidable. We can all avoid all these things today in ways that I hope are relatively politically palatable across the chamber. We have done our best to fund these in the fairest way possible, whilst ensuring the books balance. Of course, there are no cost-free decisions, but Labour's requests and funding sources are reasonable. We're not going to do what the Tories do every year, propose slashing benefits to the worst off to pay for, granted very nice and important, wish list, when we know that has no chance of passing. We want to actually make a difference. We've tried to act constructively to put forward proposals that councillors will, hopefully, put big P politics to one side and actually support. You might not like them all. I wouldn't expect you to. Political parties do exist for a reason. But this is what constructive opposition looks like. We've put forward alternatives, which I might add is a far more constructive approach than the Greens took last year when they refused to engage in the process or table any amendments. Now, on our amendments, they may look a bit messy on the surface, but there are clear themes. The Council has passed Labour motions unanimously on domestic abuse services, public transport at night, and making Bristol the UK's most accessible city. So we've given the budget a bit of sorely needed political direction and tabled amendments on restoring the domestic abuse budget, providing night buses and opening new public toilets, all in line with the commitments made by this full council. When voting for our motions, everyone here agreed these things were all important. It's now time to show that motions mean something and back up your words with action. The most straightforward way to build trust in politics is by following through on your commitments. In the run-up to the election, the Greens promised to reopen public toilets. Nice, now's your chance. You're welcome. Always happy to give a bit of a steer when the party in charge is asleep at the wheel. Similarly, there's currently 1.4 million of strategic SIL sat in a pot for projects it legally can't be spent on. What good is it doing in there? Why hasn't it been allocated? Bit baffling. So we've put this forward for projects that aren't in our wards or won't win us many votes. But we did it as these investments will benefit the city as a whole. And, again, are in line with cross-party council commitments. There was also something of a consensus that the biggest financial challenge facing the council is children's out-of-area placements. OK, so let's sort that out. Labour's amendment would provide more in-house placements, only 7 more. It will save us £1 million a year spent on private sector placements. This should really be a starting point, the bare minimum. We cannot continue to accept a situation that sees children of this city placed hundreds of miles away from their support networks with a poorer quality of life. We want this spent on Bristolians' priorities, not moving to 4-week legally back bin collections, restoring the funding for respite breaks for carers of disabled children, and the aforementioned public toilets. Our amendments to the housing budget seek to restore a small number of the 2,000 plus homes cut from the council housing pipeline. This will in no way affect the council plans to get our existing homes up to scratch. That budget is unaffected. New council house buildings paid for by borrowing. Remediation works usually are not. Officers have confirmed we have the borrowing headroom to play our part in tackling the housing crisis. And we should. If the biggest social housing landlord in Bristol, us, abdicates responsibility for house building, we cannot expect smaller companies to pick up the entirety of the slack. Every one of these 11 amendments will fix a problem or improve life for Bristolians. I won't apologise to anyone for the length of today's meeting. Apart from the local democracy reporter and those in the public gallery, the only ones here not on the council payroll, this is the most important meeting of the year. So it's only right we put forward alternatives and give them proper consideration. I'd like to thank all Labour councillors for contributing to the amendments. It's been a collective effort, and I hope we can get cross-party support for our proposals today. Thank you.
And now Councillor Clark to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, my Lord Mayor. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. First, I would like to talk... Sorry? It wasn't on? Right, thank you. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Thank you. Firstly, I would like to talk about the conduct and timing of this meeting. I feel that we all need to be efficient and businesslike as possible, and so shall be concluding my remarks once I have made my points. I hope that others will not prolong the meeting unnecessarily, but do the same. Together, my group have decided to reserve our remarks when seconding our amendments in the interest of time and accessibility for all. This is not a test of endurance, but a process. I would like to echo the comments already made and welcome this budget as the first one under the new collective committee system. It has been operating for a few months now, and we shall all have to settle into new ways of working. Whether we love it or loathe it, the committee system is with us for the foreseeable future, and I hope that all the groups will feel able to fully participate in the process and take up the cross-party posts in the future. Working together will benefit all Bristolians, and failure to do so would be to let our residents down. In terms of the budget setting process, I feel that there have been a few things that could have been improved for next year, but on balance, the process has worked well and been transparent. There has been plenty of opportunity to have input via policy committees and the finance subcommittee, meaning that all councillors have had ample opportunity to contribute. However, it appears that some councillors have been less than keen to take part in the process as equals in the committee system and would rather be obstructive, take a rather obstructive stance rather than a constructive one. If after last year's general election anyone had hopes that we would be staring at the sunny uplands of an abundant settlement, they would have been sadly disappointed. We all know that we have had to work with less money from the government over the past few years, and I'm sorry to say that things have not improved under this Labour government. This year is no exception and tells a familiar tale of council departments having to make difficult decisions and choose between worthy causes. This is no more prevalent than in adult social care and children's services, which are under huge strain in the face of rising costs and stagnating funding. Since moving away from the mayoral system, my group was concerned as to which bear traps and skeletons would be revealed. That has not taken long, that had for so long been hidden beneath the bluster and shiny vanity projects. Unfortunately, our fears were not unfounded. For example, an example of this would be the condition in which the housing department was left in. To be frank, when I joined the policy committee this year, I was shocked by the mess that we saw. The fact that projects had to be removed from the HRA, for example, is a shame, but I feel sure that this did not happen unless it was absolutely necessary. This brings me to the proposed amendments we have before us today. I am disappointed that we are seeing quite so many. As I said previously, the committee system has allowed for a collaborative approach to this year's budget setting, and I would have hoped that this meant political groups would use the amendment process constructively to bring some new ideas to the table. Instead, it appears that some of the array of amendments we see today are unfortunately being used as political point scoring, while others make me question why the projects included weren't pursued under the previous administration when they had the opportunity. I also wonder how many of these amendments would need to pass for the budget to receive the support of all Bristol's councillors, or if it is one of the group's ways on the highway. I would at this point remind everyone that we have a duty to work together in the interests of the city. My group are proud to present 2 amendments that are seeking to explore additional income for this council so that we have a sustainable budget for the future. We all want to get to the point where we are able to properly invest in our city and not fear government intervention. To finish, I hope that we all come away from this meeting having achieved something for our residents and the wider city. After all, that is what we are here for. Thank you.
And now Councillor Mark Weston for the Conservative Group.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. And can I please, first of all, thank council officers who've obviously put an awful lot of hard work into preparing the budget papers, colleagues that have enjoyed/endured the numerous meetings to get us here, and for everyone else in the public gallery, and I believe one resident in my ward who is watching this on YouTube. So to Kyle, hello. Now, I have to say, colleagues might not be surprised to know I'm a bit of a movie buff. And so I like going to movies, I like watching them. My favourite for last year was Wild Robot, but the second place was Twisters. And the reason is because I like watching storms, I like watching disaster movies. But and the shocking part of it is sitting here through a council budget meeting, I actually think I've seen more spin in the last 10 minutes than I saw in a tornado F5 crash. How you have the chutzpah to sit there and spin away 8 years of Labour administration in this city and pretend it didn't happen. I wish you the very best of luck with your daughter's birth, I genuinely do. But I'm not quite sure how you get away with this, I really can't. I would, though, just like to make a point to Green colleagues, and then I'll move on to the substance of the budget. There seems to be some people that think that actually amendments are almost superfluous, that we don't need them. We can make it all in the budget committees or the various committees and do amendments. But actually you can't. I genuinely believe the budget process and these meetings are important because when we're sat in our committees, invariably we're looking at the budget in that small department. This is one of the few areas where we can make amendments that move monies between various groups. So although I take the point, I think this does have a valuable part in the whole setting of our fiscal apparatus. So I would say that. Now, back on the last 8 years. There are problems in this budget, and I'll get to those in a minute. But actually trying to pretend that everything was absolutely fine all the way up till May and then suddenly everything has imploded is just for the birds. I'm sorry about this. Our planning department's in special measures and still in special measures. Planning enforcement is barely happening, and the HRA is a disaster. I'm sorry, any time you have the regulator for social housing coming in and saying there are serious failings, then you've got a problem. And I'm afraid, Tom, you're in charge of that department. And you can't say it's not. And how many tens of millions, scores of millions, were wasted on vanity projects and stupid ideas over the last 8 years? I think that money would be quite convenient now. You're saying that the council is abdicating responsibility for house building. The council abdicated responsibility of house maintenance for far too long, and we are now trying to clear that up. So, back to the budget. Political stunts. It's a budget meeting. We are different. Tom is right on this thing, and I know, it makes me feel queasy too, but he is right when we are different parties, we have different ideologies. And so we are going to put things forward. And so some of this is political posturing. Heaven forfend. I'm sure no Green colleagues or Lib Dem colleagues ever did anything different to that. But I do agree with Joss as well. Oh, God, this is getting worse. The moment I start agreeing with... No, let's not go there. Right. But it comes to the point where this budget meeting is starting to feel already like an endurance test. Because how many of the Labour amendments need to get passed for Labour to vote for the budget? I suspect the answer is all 12. And if it's all 12, well, why not have one amendment and we can discuss an alternative budget? Instead, it's chopped and changed. I think in the hope that people will go home. Of course, Tom, you will have the best reason if you do need to go home. But you'll go home, and then at that point, a majority magically appears. This could actually all been done in one go. But the budget isn't in isolation. We know that it sits here in the city, but it's at the whims and the winds of national government. And sort of asking us to trust the Labour government that suddenly all will come well in the next few years, I'm sceptical. I remember when Keir Starmer stood up in 2023 and said, in the first year of a Labour government, council tax will be frozen. I've not seen that so far. I remember talking about farming. Well, that went well. Pensions and the winter fuel. Okay. Business rates and NIC and everything else. That's going well. In fact, actually, On that one, there's a massive protest in Parliament today because of the impact the NICs will have on the social care sector. Thank God we don't do any work with them. So I'm afraid to say that I'm somewhat sceptical that Labour are going to ride over the hill like the 7th Cavalry and rescue us. Instead, what the impact you've had from the budget is the fact that the contractors we work with, the SEND providers we work with, added social care we work with, the waste company, all of those are going to have increased costs as a direct result of what the Labour Party did in their first budget. And that's before we even get to the international ramifications we're going to need to face up on. Now, I'm afraid to say we no longer live in the safe world we wish we would, and so we know defence and security spending is going to go up. I suspect that there will then be a round of cost cutting, and I do not believe local government will be immune from that. And anyone that thinks we are, I'd like to play a game of poker with you. The reality is we are going to face a tough test in years to come, and we are going to need to look at how we raise revenue. And we're going to need to look at the council tax reduction scheme. Now, sorry to say that, but we are going to have to do it, and we're going to talk about that later on. And Labour, you accepted that when you first voted for it a few years ago. I know you abstained on it, but at some point we're going to have to grasp that nettle, and we think we're going to have better to do it on our own terms than be forced to do it later. Well, we'll get to that. But the budget itself, as written by the Greens, is problematic for my group. We are seriously concerned about the changes potentially to waste services.
20 seconds.
Sorry?
20 seconds.
No problem. The transport changes, the libraries, we're concerned about museums where it's only been put on the back burner. These problems are going to come through, and we don't believe the budget is perfect or anywhere near as it is now. So we'll see what happens with the amendment process, but I'm afraid at the moment we are minded to vote against the budget. More to do, but please. Thank you very much, my lord.
Thank you very much. Okay, now I'd like to invite Councillor Abdul Malik to present comments as Chair of the Finance Subcommittee.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As Chair of the Finance Subcommittee, I want to outline the process we have undertaken in shaping this budget and the steps we have taken to ensure financial responsibility, transparency and fairness in our approach. This year's budget setting process has been more than just about scrutiny. The Finance Subcommittee has played an active role in helping to develop the budget, working closely with officers and policy committees to shape proposals before they reach the full council. This reflects a shift from previous systems, allowing earlier and more meaningful involvement in decision-making. It has meant that the councillors from across the committees have been able to engage with the budget discussions at a stage where they can have had a real impact, ensuring that key financial decisions were guided by evidence, community needs and long-term sustainability. We've worked hard to ensure the financial decisions are not just about balancing the book, but about prioritising services that Bristol's residents rely on. Our discussions have focused on ensuring that savings are achievable, funding allocations are fair, and long-term sustainability remains at the heart of this budget. This has been a rigorous process involving many detailed discussions, difficult trade-offs, and a real commitment in minimising the impact of cuts on the most vulnerable members of our communities. Through this process, there were areas where we raised concerns, and I'm pleased that our input led to real changes in the final proposals. And I'll touch on a few. Libraries, as we all know, recognising their role as a community hub within our wards. We pushed for alternative funding approaches to ensure continued access and modernisation. Libraries are more than just places to borrow books. They are vital spaces for education, support and community connection. With regards to disabled parking bays, we've highlighted the potential impact on disabled residents, ensuring accessibility remains a key priority. We must ensure that the city remains inclusive and that our streets and public spaces are accessible to all. With regards to school crossing patrols, we've changed initial proposals and worked to protect these essential safety measures for children and families. Road safety shall never be compromised, and I'm glad that our concerns were heard. With regards to the museums and cultural investment, we stress the importance of supporting Bristol's cultural institutions and securing their role in the city's economy. Cultural investment is not a luxury. It plays a crucial role in the identity of our city and its future prosperity. With regards to waste collection, we advocated for clearer communication and support for larger households to ensure fairness in service delivery. Changes to waste collection impact every household, Lord Mayor, and it's vital that residents are given clear information and proper support during any transition. This process has also been a learning experience for us all. We recognise that financial planning does not stop once the budget is set. Moving forward, we will be reviewing and refining our approach with ongoing oversight and budget delivery that means well for the city as a whole. This includes ensuring that each committee takes an active role in monitoring spending and service pressures, with specialist officer reports providing regular updates and throughout the year. The continuous engagement is essential as financial pressures and service demands evolve. We must remain responsive, ensuring that we make adjustments where necessary to protect frontline services and to deliver value for money. A balanced budget, Lord Mayor, is one of the most significant responsibilities we have as councillors. It's not just about financial sustainability, it's about ensuring that Bristol's services remain resilient and responsive to the needs of communities. We must continue to identify opportunities where early investment can lead to long-term financial benefits, whether in transport, infrastructure, social care or housing. A short-term approach to finances will not serve Bristol well. We need to think ahead and build a financially sustainable future for our city. The finance subgroup, Lord Mayor, subcommittee has strengthened this budget, and following the input from members, I'm confident that we have reached a position that is both responsible and fair. The work we have done this year sets a precedent for how we continue to improve financial planning in the years ahead. It's shown that by working collaboratively, bringing in experience and expertise from across the council and engaging meaningfully with the concerns of our residents, we can deliver a budget that is both robust and responsive. I want to extend my thanks to all those who contributed to this process, including my fellow committee members, policy chairs, officers of this council, both past and present, and residents who have engaged with us throughout. Their insights and commitment have helped shape a budget that is more inclusive, more considered, and more aligned with Bristol's priorities. Thank you.
Councillor Dye, would you like the opportunity to respond?
I will respond very briefly, Lord Mayor. I would like to thank Councillor Abdul Malik and the members of the Finance Subcommittee for their positive and constructive feedback. The questions and concerns that were expressed during the meetings of the Finance Subcommittee by both members of the Finance Subcommittee, members of the public who put in statements and questions, and by Policy Committee chairs, each of whom attended those meetings, have had a significant impact on the budget that is before us today. I'd like to thank all of those for that work, and I'll reserve the rest of my remarks for later in the meeting.
Thank you very much, Tony. Okay, we now come to section 5 of the procedure, the consideration of amendments to the budget. We will now work through the amendments proposed by each of the political groups. Each amendment will be moved, seconded and debated in the order shown in the agenda papers. For each amendment, there will be one vote. In terms of each vote, an amendment that is carried shall be carried by a simple majority of those voting. Once we have dealt with all the amendments, the Chief Financial Officer will confirm the overall position in terms of any amendments that are carried. So, Amendment 1, Liberal Democrat Revenue Amendment. This amendment involves the revenue section of the budget. There will be one vote at the end of the debate. I'd like to call on Councillor Joss Clark to move the amendment.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to present the Liberal Democrats' first amendment to the budget and the first on the order paper. This amendment, as you can see, is asking for a very modest sum of money to do a feasibility study to look at introducing a visitor charge. Many of you will have visited cities where this payment is the norm, and to be honest, I do not resent paying for it. If it means that the city is being invested in for all to enjoy, then why not support this in Bristol? There are some barriers at the moment, and I would ask officers to work with government to give parity across the UK and allow England to proceed with the process in the same way as happens in Scotland and Wales. We have spoken to our neighbours and they agree that working cross-boundary would make sense as we have two major cities so close together. The benefits of the visitor charge is that it will give the city a pot of money to invest in facilities which will benefit both visitors and residents alike. It would mean that the city could provide things that have largely disappeared, like public toilets, for example. Lastly, to give some context, Manchester's £1 per night charge introduced in 2023 raised 2.3 million in a year. Edinburgh expects to raise 50 million per year, and Liverpool proposes a £2 per night charge and expect to raise 6.7 million over the first 2 years. Please help us improve the public realm and facilities for all by supporting this amendment. Thank you.
And now, Councillor Gooch, to second the amendment, please.
I reserve my remarks.
Thank you very much. Biggest round of applause so far. So now, Councillor Annie Stafford-Townsend to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So Bristol's an amazing city and we're all very proud of it. I know you'll agree. I know everybody in this chamber loves to welcome people into Bristol, to visit and to experience it for themselves. Through my work on the Visit West Board and the Free Business Improvement Districts, or BIDs, that operate across the city centre, I'm proud to be involved in such dedicated work to improve the sector. And they do amazing work to drive visitors to Bristol for events such as the recent Light Festival that I hope you all enjoyed, and keeping it welcoming by things like street cleansing and other activity. And yet it's another area in which Bristol is industry leading. And also the other great thing about BIDs is that shared pooling of funds is a wonderful way to improve areas, which is why I've always been a fan of BIDs, because they're little nuggets of socialism in a capitalist world. A tourism tax, though, it isn't a magic wand. Significant quantities of Bristol's tourism is daytime rather than nighttime visitors, or overnight visitors. And by itself, it doesn't tackle the impact of Airbnbs, especially the poorly run ones, which have a hugely detrimental impact on Bristol's residents. So we must ensure that any route forward doesn't negatively impact on the work of the existing BIDs. And I hope that this feasibility study works closely with and is even carried out by Visit West, who are leading in this field. It's also really important to note that any effective route forward on this must include a regional strategy with our sibling authorities in Becker, as you've already mentioned. We can talk to Mary Page, who will be the new Green Regional Mayor post-Mayor, about this. It must also ensure that those working in the sector, particularly the global majority, people with disabling conditions and disabled, and young people who are overrepresented in the low-paid roles, as well as those...
20 seconds.
Thank you. If those groups have... So anyway, we'll be broadly supporting this amendment. Thank you to the Lib Dems for bringing it. Investigating a tourism tax was part of our manifesto, and we hope that the study considers all the varied options to support tourism and the nighttime economy in Bristol to continue and create a sustainable, thriving city that benefits everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Emily Clark for the Labour Group, please.
Thank you. We're supportive of the Council working with the Business Improvement District to explore the idea of a small tourist tax. It's important to note that currently the Council cannot introduce one without their support. So if you think you can win them around, then this should at least be explored. Bristol is a great city, and we are proud that so many people come to visit from right across the globe. At a time of funding challenges, we need to explore all options for raising revenue to make sure we are investing in our amazing parks, museums and public spaces, and to protect them for future generations. We do need to listen to the business improvement districts to make sure we get this right and to ensure they are supportive of any approach. Ring-fencing some of the revenue for investment in areas that benefit business, so the cultural sector and the nighttime economy, for example, should be considered. Any new tax should have a clear, tangible outcome rather than just plugging a deficit. It is common in cities abroad that tourists pay a small levy per night, and we know other core cities in this country are looking at this too. This amendment isn't to approve a tourist tax, it's to allocate a small amount of time of an existing officer to carry out a feasibility study. It's only the start of the conversation, and the Labour group will be looking at the results of the feasibility study with interest. Given that the feasibility study doesn't need to be agreed via the budget process, we assume that the purpose of this amendment is to make a statement about the direction of travel of this administration. So whilst we're happy to support this, we do note that the administration could do this anyway. Thank you.
Councillor Michelat for the Conservative Group, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Many will recall Conservative amendments in the past have often sought to reduce the spend on corporate communications, so we can see the appeal of diverting some funding from that service for a more productive purpose. However, in this instance, there are serious reasons to question the advantage of this proposal. The Equalities Impact Assessment and others have identified some of the main problems with the introduction of a visitor or tourist tax. I would argue that we don't need to fritter away £15,000 of the feasibility study to assess or identify the obvious dangers in this scheme, especially if Bristol goes it alone in developing this policy. Extra taxes could reduce tourist and visitor numbers with knock-on economic consequences. These can involve higher operating or administrative costs on hoteliers. All things being equal, some people may well be deterred from even visiting the city, and obvious levies could put us at a competitive disadvantage to neighbouring tourist destinations. Importantly, local partners such as Business West and Destination Bristol have repeatedly spoken out against these extra charges or the imposition of a so-called bed tax. Careful consideration is needed before adopting additional taxes, and this is something better done, if at all, at a regional level. My group will be voting against this amendment. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Clark, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much. I think we just move to the vote, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So the amendment summary is shown on the screen. This will be an e-vote. Please ensure you're in your allocated seats, that your vote is recorded accurately. You are voting on the amendment and the vote will be open for... Please vote now. Thank you. So that's 59 votes for, 6 votes against and 2 abstentions. That has been passed. Thank you very much. Okay, Amendment 2, Labour Revenue Amendment. And I'd like to call on Councillor Tim Rippington to move the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. For far too long, Bristol's public transport system has been failing its citizens. A system which sees buses for profit means that the city has seen many cuts to less used routes, and some areas of the city have been left without any bus provision whatsoever. In our last budget, the Labour administration invested £4.1 million into supported bus services, and we'll start to see the benefits of that investment from April this year, with 3 new services, all of which have been widely welcomed by residents. But we can do more. Our new Labour government is giving local authorities back the power to own and run their own bus companies. And by the time this budget comes into force, that bill will most likely have received royal assent. So with this amendment, we want to start to explore whether Bristol can take advantage of this change in the law, reversing years of Thatcherite privatisation and decline. Incidentally, this proposal was brought to a work programme meeting in June 2024, so it shouldn't be used to anyone that we're bringing this forward. While we appreciate that the mayoral combined authority has the power to introduce franchising, this would still rely on profit-making companies to run those services. A municipal bus company could provide an alternative which doesn't take money out of the system but reinvests it, so we don't see the two approaches being at odds, but rather complementary. We want to explore how this might work, and this amendment puts money aside to do just that. But we also want to keep the momentum going in the meantime, and we're proposing to invest more money into improving our network, specifically in terms of a service to boost the nighttime economy. Night buses were tried very successfully in Aberdeen over the Christmas period this year, and both London and Glasgow benefit hugely from night buses. We want to do that too. To fund this amendment, we've drawn down on the £1 million of earmarked reserves specifically assigned to supported bus services. We still leave a third of this fund intact, but as the recently procured services are all contracted net of cost, there is no liability to the council if they do not perform as well as expected. Other supported services currently funded by WECA will be supported by an increase in the transport levy this year, as well as by the £14 million bus grant issued to WECA for 25-26 by our new government. So we ask Council to support this amendment and help to continue to improve our buses. Our citizens deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Councillor Self to second, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Tories' privatisation of our buses failed to give us the service we deserve. With a Labour government, we will have a bus services bill which will lift the ban on local authorities establishing their own bus companies, making it easier for them to control services and shape routes to work better for local people. This amendment will make sure we're ahead of the game when the bill gets the final sign-off. In November last year, I brought a Safe Travel Home for Nighttime Economy Workers motion to Council. It called for improvements to late night and off-peak transport service provision, which you voted for. And so I'm pleased to second this Labour amendment to bring in more night bus routes, and I hope you will support it. In that meeting, we heard from Councillor Collier, who talked about her own daughters who get buses home. Sue mentioned we should show the 41% of Bristolians that work in the nighttime economy that we care. She also said, who is responsible for fixing this? We all are. Councillor Clark said we have over 50,000 women working in the nighttime economy. Every woman in our city should be able to get home safe and without fear. Let me read some words from correspondence I received after we passed that motion. The hours of hospitality don't align with public transport, and being on minimum wage doesn't allow us safe travel home on the weekend late shift. I dread working on a Friday and Saturday late night close, knowing I'll spend 20 quid to get back home safely. This adds up and ultimately impacts me being able to pay the bills and go for a food shop. So I ask you all in this chamber to consider this constructive amendment and vote for it. In particular, I call for those members opposite to show their support for workers in the nighttime economy who want to get home safely on public transport. You proudly say you're not whipped. Now's the time to show it.
Councillor Cam Hayward for the Green Group, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is the first of many Labour amendments where they just don't seem to have thought it through. It does make you wonder, are they really this incompetent, or are they just chasing headlines? It's probably a bit of both, judging by their 8 years in power. Let me start by saying loud and clear that we are absolutely in favour of publicly owned buses. But this amendment relies on a mythical piece of legislation that hasn't even reached the House of Commons yet. For argument's sake, let's pretend that the legislation does pass in time for it to be relevant for this year's budget. Surely this is the sort of thing that WECA should be leading on. After all, transport is one of the main reasons combined authorities exist in the first place. Don't get me wrong, I understand why you aren't holding out much hope for WECA to deliver. The Labour Metro Mayor, as Tim has already admitted, does have the power to get some public control over buses through franchising. Yet in 4 years, all we've had on franchising is a bare-bones report about a report that says we need another report. Franchising isn't the perfect solution, but it would be a step in the right direction. And now, Labour wants us to waste the council's money to write yet another report, which is just going to tell us what we already know, that this needs to be done by WECA. This money is better spent on improving buses right now, rather than on more pointless reports. If we really want public ownership, then we need to elect a Green Mayor for the West of England May. As for night buses, again, we agree on the principle of this. I'm someone who worked in the nighttime economy for many years, so I understand how important it is for customers and workers alike to be able to get home safely. But the Task and Finish Group on supported bus services, chaired by Tim from Labour, is best placed to make informed decisions about how to spend this pot of money. And night buses are high on the priority list for that group. I am really proud of the cross-party work we have done on that group already, having funded the new 16, 36 and 37 bus services that will launch in April. So I don't understand why Labour are now trying to undermine that group's work by diverting funds away for pointless reports.
Last sentence,
We
please.
will be voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nicholas Coombs, on behalf of the Liberal Democrats, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Running public transport in the evenings and at night is something that we support to give sustainable transport options for every journey. Now, the supported bus funding reserve exists to support projects like this, as Councillor Rippington says, but it has been allocated to date by a Task and Finish group chaired by the same Councillor Rippington, with Councillor Self in attendance. The term of that Task and Finish has been just extended to allocate this underspend. So spending it on something else would actually take it away from bus services and night bus services in particular. So on account of this funding allocation happening anyway, on a cross-party basis, the night bus element of this amendment is unnecessary, I would say. A feasibility study is an admission that something isn't going to happen, but the Labour Party want to be seen to be doing something. is their past form. So Labour spent millions on a feasibility study into an underground system that we all knew wasn't going to happen. There's no money for it, and the WECA Mayor said that it wasn't going to happen, making the feasibility study a complete waste of time. So what does the WECA Mayor think about a municipal bus company? After all, it is WECA responsible for public transport. Now, we could ask him, but let's accept that the current WECA Mayor is missing in action and look at the policy positions of the candidates. I haven't noticed any of them have a public statement in favour of municipal bus companies, although the Labour candidate was formerly a member of this chamber, so perhaps colleagues could have a word. Now, Councillor Hayward has said that it is the policy of the Green candidate to have a municipal bus company. I don't know, that's the first I'd heard of it, but perhaps their candidate could publish her manifesto, although I accept that with her recent elevation she may have been...
Last sentence, please.
We don't have a good record of running bus companies. We lost 43 million on Bristol Energy. If we want to improve bus services, we take control of routes, fares and services with franchising. Don't get distracted by this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Hucker for the Conservative Group, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The issue we have with this amendment is the proposal to spend £300,000 on a feasibility study for a municipal bus company. Firstly, I would have thought that any such study should be paid for by WECA, not by Bristol City Council. Secondly, we do not agree with the idea that the council should set up and run a bus company. The council does not have a successful track record in running businesses. The Port of Bristol was a disaster when it was run by the council and cost taxpayers a huge amount of money. The entrepreneurs, Sir David Ord and Terence Mordaunt, took it on and completely turned it around. It is now a great success and actually pays dividends to the council. I do not believe this would have happened had the council continued to run it. The council also got its fingers badly burnt when it set up and tried to run an energy company. Surely we should learn the lessons of the past and avoid exposing council taxpayers to an unnecessary risk of this kind.
Thank you. Councillor Ripton, would you like to respond, please?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I think you on the Liberal Democrats may have misunderstood the amendment. This isn't about taking the money that is unspent this year and spending it on something that I have declared. This is extra money that will be coming out of the reserve to add to that money. It could then go into the task and finish group, who could then decide on the best way to spend the money. We would recommend night buses. But that's, so I think you've completely misunderstood that element of the amendment. Anyway, no surprise the Tories don't support public ownership. At least they're consistent. No surprise about the Lib Dems either, considering one of their leading councillors was a member of David Cameron's government, which is Royal Mail. However, it is disappointing that party claiming to support public ownership is selling off council homes, selling off public assets like the Bottle Yard studio, and refusing to even give a thought to the idea of a publicly owned bus company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we'll move to the vote. Please vote now. Thank you. So that's 24, 47 against and no abstentions. So that hasn't passed. Thank you. Now, we are unbelievably 15 minutes ahead of schedule, so I propose we go on to one more amendment and then we'll have a short break after that. So let's move on to Amendment 3, which is Labour Revenue Amendment. And I'd like to call on Councillor Lisa Durston to move the amendment. Councillor Durston, please.
Just before I start my 3 minutes, I would like to take this opportunity to give a content warning because I will be speaking about domestic abuse and its impact. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am proposing this Labour amendment today because we must ensure that our budget reflects our priorities, protecting our most vulnerable residents, not experimenting with expensive AI pilots. Tonight, we have a clear choice, or this afternoon even, spend $175,000 on an AI pilot or use that money to protect vital domestic abuse services. Domestic abuse affects people from all backgrounds, all communities and all walks of life. In Avon and Somerset, 20% of all reported crime is domestic abuse related, and last year Avon and Somerset Police recorded 63 domestic abuse crimes per day, and that's just those that were reported. In Bristol alone, an estimated 17,500 residents experienced domestic abuse last year, including 6,000 young people. Despite this, the administration is pushing forward a £140,000 cut to spending on domestic abuse services, even after this council passed a motion with cross-party support in July committing to tackling violence against women and girls. That motion made clear that prevention and support must be a priority, but we cannot prevent if we do not invest. This is a clear choice, and I ask every councillor in this chamber, what message does it send if we prioritise generative AI over the lives of domestic abuse survivors? Cuts to domestic abuse services are a false economy. The financial cost of domestic abuse in the UK is estimated at £66 billion a year, impacting healthcare, policing, criminal justice and lost productivity. Every pound invested in early intervention and support saves multiple pounds in long-term costs. It also sends a clear message that we, as a city, value safety, equality and justice for everyone. Bristol has a passionate and dedicated public health team who are committed to addressing this crisis. Let's empower them to build on their vital work, not undermine them with funding cuts. Our amendment removes the AI pilot and puts that money back into domestic abuse services, ensuring we meet the commitments made in the cross-party motion we all supported. To make this amendment balanced, we're also asking the legal team to raise £18,000 to find that efficiency within their department. This is a drop in the ocean when compared to that budget, and to make that up, the council could appeal fewer EHCPs. This is a clear moral choice between funding a tech experiment or protecting the lives of those facing domestic abuse in our city. Survivors cannot wait, and they should not be asked to. I urge every councillor here today to choose people over pilots and vote for this amendment, because lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carol Johnson to second, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too must give a warning for content because I continue to speak about domestic abuse and its impact. We must first, I feel, inject some common sense and human compassion. Tonight we are being asked and given a choice to spend £175,000 on an AI pilot or protect domestic abuse services which save actual real lives. 7 people in this room across all parties have known me for many years. Some as school-run mum, some as councillor, magistrate, teacher, social worker and even Deputy Lord Mayor. But one title that you may not be aware of that I also carry is Domestic Abuse Survivor. I can bring this up today because I am safe now. It is therefore vital that we here in this council, if we have not already done so, connect with this humanely. Choice, spend £175,000 on an AI pilot or protect domestic abuse services. I would like to propose that there is only one real choice when we are talking about real people and real lives. I'm concerned that this administration is pushing for a £140,000 cut to spending on domestic abuse services after Bristol City Council passed a motion with cross-party support in July 2024 where we committed to tackling violence against women and girls with prevention and support highlighted as a priority. Strategy and resources and individual councillors have also heard strong representations from the public about the importance of archives. This cut would save a relatively small amount of money, but it clearly matters to a lot of many people after promises of more public participation.
Carol, if you could wrap it up now, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that we're left with a decision between AI and domestic abuse services when 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 men are suffering from this every single week, and 2 women die every week and 6 men. I don't think there is a choice. Please vote for this amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fee Hans, please, for the Green Group.
Thank you very much. I have to say that many of us in our group were left scratching our heads a bit at this one, so let's start with where the money's coming from. Last May, we inherited a broken call handling service. When people call the council, it can take about 90 minutes to speak to someone, and that's really not okay. So the council are trialling several AI projects which they hope will give residents the information they need to resolve their issues so call handlers can speak to residents who do need help over the phone more quickly. And if this trial works, such methods could be rolled out elsewhere. A classic example of the work smarter, not harder approach that we so desperately need in these cash-straitened times. Removing this trial would be a false economy, so why it's thought to be an easy source of funds is frankly a mystery. Cutting legal services by reducing the legal budget in some completely unspecified way is frankly unbelievable. The officers themselves tell us they've seen a significant increase in work. Now, why is this? Well, essentially, the legal team is still clearing up the mess left by the Labour administration in housing, in adult social care and children's social care, and it defies belief that Labour is suggesting that cuts here are a good idea. Now, turning to what this amendment claims to fund, the Public Health and Communities Committee, including the Labour members, discussed this particular domestic violence budget line in January. And it was explained to us in words of pretty much one syllable that this was funding for a project that has already finished and for a single staff vacancy that the team themselves say they don't need to fill anymore. So, put bluntly, we all know there is no cut. That's probably why the Equalities team say this amendment is not expected to have a direct or significant impact. But make no mistake, the Green Party does take the issue of domestic violence incredibly seriously. That's why we're investing heavily in family-based work aimed at reducing domestic violence through children's services, as well as over 1.4 million through the public health budget. But let's not let the facts get in the way of a good headline or, heaven forfend, a Labour leaflet. This amendment is not a sensible attempt to improve the city, but a disingenuous piece of nonsense, and we'll be voting against. Thank you.
Councillor Stephen Williams for Liberal Democrats, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There's several things I hate about politics. One of them is losing elections, before anyone else says it. I've had more practice than most of you with doing that. Another one is calling scandals gates. Another one is calling expenditure changes taxes. Who remembers the pasty tax from a while back? And another one I really don't like, and it's relevant today, is describing a change in a budget because a project has finished and there's an underspend, a cut, when you know damn well it isn't, and you've been briefed that it isn't as well. This £100,000 release back into the General Fund is from a project that was done jointly with the Children's Department that ceased in April 2024, when Labour was still running the show here. So they've known for quite a long time that this project was over. The 40,000 balance is a staff vacancy that has been unfilled for quite some time. It was an admin post, and the public health team say they are covering everything. There is no effect whatsoever on frontline services serving survivors of domestic abuse or sexual violence. The council is actually spending significant amounts of money in this vital area. From the public health grant and the general fund, we're spending 1.4 million next year. Directly from the government, we're spending 1.2 million, and from the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, just under 400,000. So it's just under 3 million in total on an area that we all know, and we all should agree with each other, is absolutely vital. Supporting survivors of domestic abuse and sexual violence, and also working with perpetrators to face up to what they've done and alter their behaviour. This, Lord Mayor, is the worst sort of politics. It's a cynical dividing line, seeking to put in place a divide that should not exist, and they know it does not exist. Don't anyone dare suggest that either I or my Liberal colleagues or Fee and her Green colleagues are any less committed to any of you in dealing with this area. We do not need to be divided.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
And we will be voting against.
Thank you. Councillor John Galandris for the Conservative Group, please. John.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The Conservative Group will be supporting this amendment. The first part of the amendment provides funding for, or additional funding for ending violence against women and girls, and will fulfil a motion passed unanimously at full council. I'm sure we would all agree that this is a good use of public money. The second part of the amendment concerns the proposed reduction in the opening hours of the Bristol Archives. When I first saw this proposed saving, I was struck by how little it would actually save, just a few £1,000s. What I didn't anticipate was the number of emails and calls I would receive from unhappy residents who described the proposed cut as cultural vandalism and a real barrier to research. I understand the administration isn't looking to accept this amendment, but I really do hope that this small sum required to keep open access to the archives will be found, and this flawed proposal will be quietly dropped and duly consigned to the archives.
Thank you, Councillor Galandris. Councillor Durston, would you like to respond, please?
Yes, thank you everyone for your comments. I'm disappointed that an amendment prioritising domestic abuse has been referred to as nonsense. The wording that we saw and questioned at committee was changed from reduce spending to rebase spending before the proposals were published. I'd like to remind in this chamber that everyone here voted cross-party to support investing into domestic abuse services. I'm genuinely just really disappointed. I think and hope this should sit uncomfortably with some of the Green councillors and they break their party steer, apparently not a whip, and support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we move to the e-vote. Please vote now. So that's 26 votes for, 40 votes against, and 1 abstention. So that one has fallen. Thank you very much. So we'll now move to a break. It's exactly 3:37. So let's come back here at 3:47. So a 10-minute break, please. Members. So we now move to Amendment 4, which is a Labour revenue amendment. And I'd like to call upon Councillor Tom Renard to move the amendment, please. Tom.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to propose this amendment. It presents a simple choice: extra paid roles for councillors that we don't need, or investment in our public services, and in this case, our libraries and books for the children of the city. Libraries provide a crucial service, not least for the worst off. A space to access knowledge, a space to learn to read, a space for communities to come together, and so much more. As has been made clear in service comments, the funding would be prioritised for library books for children, and there can be no greater priority than investing in our children's future. As I'm very soon to be a dad again, baby number 2 due imminently, it is very much at the forefront of my mind. The previous Labour administration protected libraries across the city, despite difficult choices, through years of Tory austerity that bulldozed local government funding. You're going to love this next paragraph. We have also stood up to protect libraries from the Green Party and Liberal Democrat proposals to cut Bristol's library budget. Thought you liked that one. By up to £2.4 million, which would have led to the closure of over half the city's libraries. This would have been devastating for communities in Bristol, and it can't be allowed to go ahead. Now, following campaigning by Labour and communities across the city, it does appear there is a state of execution for 12 months. Time will tell, though, whether this administration will seek to revisit cuts to the library services again. We must continue to protect and invest in our libraries. Once they are gone, it will be difficult to restore them. Now, on to how this amendment would be funded. It makes a very simple proposition. Deputy Leader of the Council is currently without a portfolio, and it should have one. This amendment would seek to recommend that the role of the Chair of the Finance Subcommittee is brought into the responsibilities of the Deputy Leader role, ceasing the need for a separate extra allowance for the Finance Subcommittee Chair role. It is time for politicians across the chamber to decide what the priorities are. Extra pay for politicians for roles we don't need, or library books for children. And in the case of an amendment later on the agenda, investing in new public toilets or reopening them. What message are we going to send today? Are we going to reinforce the one where politicians are perceived as only in it for themselves, or the message that we will prioritise the public service and the future of our children? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin to second the amendment, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This amendment calls for raising funds to provide more books in libraries for early learners. As councillors, we should evaluate our decision-making processes and make sacrifices to contribute to better public services like libraries. I'm currently on my second wave of reading children's books, as I have 5 nieces and nephews to read to. But last week, I read a school readiness survey conducted by the early learners charity Kindred, which had some shocking findings. Only 44% of 1,000 parents of reception-aged children said they thought children should know how to use books correctly, turning pages, not swiping or tapping like on electronic devices. Teachers reported that many kids aren't ready for school, with excessive screen time being a major cause. We're relying too much on devices to engage our children instead of giving them real-world experiences like reading physical books. This budget has been a lot about cuts, but we also need to inspire hope. We need to provide better quality books and learning tools for our children so they can grow into well-reasoned individuals and critical thinkers in an increasingly unstable world where democratic institutions and values are being eroded. As Councillor Renard outlined, reviewing certain paid councillor positions could help us reallocate resources in this way. New books in libraries for early learners is an excellent way to give back to our communities, showing we still value culture, learning and the ability to be thoughtful about the world. For me, there's nothing like seeing the curiosity and excitement on the faces of my nephews and nieces when I read to them. The shared experience and the attention reading demands is what sets it apart from modern screen time activities. And lastly, the council should also be doing more to engage parents, encouraging them to use books with their children and to visit libraries regularly. We've all spent time zapping UFOs, bursting fruit or crushing candy on our devices. Let's learn from our mistakes and instead give to our children new and attractive books in libraries which will benefit families of those who can't afford to pay for them. Let's ensure that their money or lack of it isn't a barrier to learning.
Thank you very much. Councillor McAllister for the Green Group, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to thank the Labour Party, specifically the Labour Party of 1911, when members of Parliament were granted a salary for the first time. Lauded at the time as a progressive innovation, the support of the then nascent Labour Party was key to secure this reform. Those progressive forerunners saw that if government is not to be a hobby for the elite, usually pale, male and stale, it is essential that elected office is accessible to everyone from all economic, social and racial backgrounds. That's true for councillors just as much as MPs. Politicians setting their own allowances is a dangerous game, which is why the decision is rightly delegated to an independent panel. This is to manage the balance between adequate compensation for representatives and to avoid interference for political or personal gain. This amendment damages that principle. Now, we all want better libraries, of course, but we already have a task and finish group planned to look at what is needed to create a library system that we can all be proud of. And it does seem odd that Labour have preemptively decided that what the service needs most of all is more books. We know you don't like the committee system, but less undermining of its processes, please. The basic councillor allowance is currently under the living wage. Lowering it further, as this amendment would enable, would create a barrier to people for underprivileged backgrounds to enter politics. We are fundamentally against this, and despite what Labour claim, this amendment is generic in nature and does not identify specific SRAs. We believe in inclusivity and in encouraging diversity in politics. If the Labour councillors are not working hard enough to earn their full stipends and feel they should be paid less, I'd ask that they make that case to the independent remuneration panel directly instead of hijacking its workings in full council. This amendment would not result in significant gains that could not be realised from elsewhere for free. It is performative for headlines. It would damage the ability of less well-off people to become councillors. It is regressive and circumvents a body that is rightly non-political and detached. It is a mockery of independent processes, and that is why the Green Group will be voting against this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Tim Kent for Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is excellent to see the Labour group running an amendment to help put funds into libraries, even if it is just £6,000. But for the new Labour councillors, I realise you don't know what they've done in your name in the past in this chamber. So, as we talk through this amendment, let's look at Labour's history with our libraries. Let's look at how we had up to 10 branch libraries closed every day because they wouldn't put the staff in the libraries. Let's look at that. Let's look at how Labour cut the book fund by 8 times this number just a few years ago. That's why the kids haven't got the good books. You lot took them away from them. Let's look how Labour here actually tried to close virtually every library in the city. We're all signed up for it. I even had a Labour councillor say to me while I was in the street with a journalist outside my library trying to defend it, "Give up, Tim. Why didn't you give up? This is a dead issue." It's never a dead issue for me when it comes to libraries. So new councillors, I accept you didn't know about the history of your front bench. But, well, you did keep them open. That's true. And that's because we kept pushing you. We kept moving amendments. We would not stop in defending our libraries. But let us welcome this U-turn from Labour. I think it's great. I mean, Bristol Labour tried to do to our library network what Julius Caesar did to Alexandria. I mean, just think of all that public knowledge up in flames. But I welcome this U-turn, this road to Damascus change. If anyone is unsure about those references, please go to the library and look them up. So.
Last sentence, please.
Quite right, Lord Mayor. So I am going to be supporting this £6,000 extra for our libraries. I think it is great that you now have joined us in the tent defending libraries, and I'll be voting for that in a minute, hopefully. Thank you.
Councillor Weston for the Conservatives.
Do I get to decide who loses the £6,000? I mean, I will do two votes.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Thank you. Councillor Mark Weston, please, for Conservatives.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
I'm flashing back to Twisters right now, and I can't help but feel the spinning has reached the level of a weather vane in said tornado. Yeah, I have to say, I thought in preparation for what I was about to say, I went on an online library. Purely because I wanted to look up the word and the origin of hypocrisy. And apparently it's an ancient Greek word. Sorry, John. It's from Hippocrates, where it means stage play, an actor. Somewhat apt, one feels right now. I just had to beat you, I'm very sorry. But it does gore me when you sit there and say that you're defending libraries. The only threat to Bristol's libraries in the last 10 years came from your party. You did it. We had the Westbury by-election, and that was the issue that won it. It was that single issue. And it went on and on about it. So to suddenly have you come here today and say you're the defender of the libraries and everything else, and the book fund, you're right. You slashed it. And then suddenly you found money to put back into it. And the problem as well I've got here is you've identified where some of the money's coming from, ish, but it's actually not specified. And I think we're probably on dangerous ground if we say that, the value that possibly Bristolians give on councillors in this room. I suspect if we went to many Bristolians, they'd find 70 so, maybe superfluous to requirement. So we're on dangerous ground. From our point of view, we're going to abstain on this today. We don't think you've actually squared away the circle on where the money's come from at all. It doesn't have enough detail of where it's from. It also should go to the independent remuneration, which is where this is decided. If we're not to the situation where we're voting for our own salary, it's because we give it to someone else to decide what that should be. And I don't think you can short-circuit that apparatus. But money, library books, would be great. It's a shame you cut it so much a few years ago, though. Thank you very much for abstaining, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Renard, would you like to respond, please?
Yes, just briefly. Wow, quite a set of speeches. So I don't know whether it's willful ignorance or naivety. It's nothing to do with the basic allowances, and we had to put in wording to this amendment that was going to be signed off by the finance director and the monitoring officer. That's why the wording is there. We've clearly set out how to be funding Councillor Weston. And I think you're forgetting about the proposed library cuts earlier this year, which was going to see 2.4 million of that budget go. Now, ultimately, it is a choice for people. Independent Remuneration Panel absolutely rightly sets allowances. This chamber decides what those roles are that are discussed for those allowances. Now, if this room wants to prioritise politician pay over children's library books, then that is up to it. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, let's move to the vote. Please vote now.
Sorry, excuse me, my Lord Mayor. I've pressed the wrong button.
Just press the other button.
There we go.
Sorry. 428 against 34, abstaining 5, so that one has fallen as well. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's move on to Amendment 5, Conservative Revenue Amendment. Councillor John Galandris to move the amendment, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to move the Conservative Group Budget Amendment. Whilst I'm not a big fan of political slogans, I quite like the council. For the many, not the few, even though it was hijacked by Jeremy Corbyn in his unsuccessful attempt to become Prime Minister in 2017. Our budget amendment has something for just about every citizen of Bristol. It is certainly for the many and not just the few. It provides funding for our heritage assets. It reduces the bulky waste charge to £10, making it affordable to the many, and thus should result in less fly tipping, which is a menace to us all. Our amendment scraps the proposed parking charges at our district car parks, thus helping many local shops and businesses to survive in today's tough retail environment. It provides funding for a much-needed increase in staffing in the neighbourhood enforcement team and likewise in the planning enforcement team. It provides a library investment fund to make our libraries more accessible to users. I hope everyone here would agree that reducing our library service would be a blow to the many and not just a few. Our amendment provides the money for a dedicated neighbourhood safety fund for installation of CCTV at locations susceptible to crime and antisocial behaviour. There is funding for road safety improvement grants to be administered by area committees at a time when SIL monies are running very low. Our amendment will create a fund for the installation of more bleed kits and defibrillators. And after all this spending, there will still be a reserve of £1.68 million, which could be targeted on the needs of the poorest members of Bristol. Our budget amendment does require bringing Bristol's council tax reduction scheme into alignment with other core cities. Many of you will be concerned that this might have an adverse impact on those who can least afford it. However, our amendment will create a fund of £1.68 million, which could be focused on those in most need. Our core city peers don't agree with Bristol's focus on 100% council tax reduction as the optimal way of helping the poorest members of society. Are Bristol's core city peers all making a mistake? Are they all crazy? There's always a risk of serious error if you think all those around you are wrong and you alone are right. I suspect this penny has not yet dropped, and our amendment today will fail. But at some point, we will need to look critically at whether Bristol's council tax reduction scheme is the best way to spend a very large amount of the civic budget and the optimal way to target scarce resources on the neediest in Bristol. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hucker to second, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Our budget amendment would provide substantial investment in important council services. We propose this investment should help to pay for museums, libraries, free district car parking, a £10 reduction in bulky waste charges, free replacement recycling containers, increased capacity in planning and neighbourhood enforcement, more community safety and road improvements. I believe these are all things that everybody in this chamber would like to see. So how can we do it? Well, we can cut something else. However, the Finance Subcommittee have already looked into every nook and cranny of the council, searching for savings, and have rightly ruled out some deeply unpalatable proposals. We can draw on reserves, but this is not sustainable. Or we can raise more money, and the most effective way of doing that is by reform of the council tax reduction scheme to bring us into line with our peers. It is right that people should contribute if they can afford to do so. This is not unreasonable. Other core cities have reformed their CTRS, and I expect that many of them have administrations led by people who are socialist. So this cannot be characterised as some cruel and heartless Tory plot. The Council is faced with ever-increasing demand and rising costs for the provision of critical statutory services. Economic reality will eventually force this Council to reform the CTRS. Better to do it sooner rather than later.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rob Breyer for the Green Group, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. What audacity for you to bring this, to be honest with us. Like, quoting Bristol City Council's website, council tax reduction is a means-tested reduction to help you pay your council tax. With this amendment, the Tories are declaring they do not want people on the lowest incomes to get the best possible support when they are struggling to make ends meet. The reduction of the CTRS amounts to about £10 taken off someone who is on benefits of very little more than that per week. That's an important tenor in people's pockets in that context, and the CTRS is a very well-targeted way to alleviate poverty. Reducing it would potentially add to financial pressures on Bristol City Council. I would note that the reason this scheme exists in the first place is because the Conservative government withdrew council tax benefit in 2013. So in essence, the Tories are arguing here to reduce the very thing they thought needed to be localised to save money. Bristol is one of the few cities who still retains a scheme like this, and we should be immensely proud of that fact. But also, it's worth bearing in mind, Strategy and Resources Policy Committee has already unanimously, with John Galandris voting in favour, endorsed the approach of making welfare support the responsibility of national government, not a postcode lottery as the 2010 to 15 UK government made it. But regardless of the proposals from the Tories, we're going to, if we're going to make a change like this, we actually have to consult on it. Taking £1.6 million away from a service without consultation is not the standard we should be setting, and this amount would force the hand of anyone making a decision after any future consultation. We believe in genuine consultation, not tick-box consultations, as some might. More broadly, we need major reforms to council tax and local taxation in general, so it's actually progressive. Council tax is based on the value of properties in 1991. I kind of wish I was still 7, but I'm not. So we look forward to the UK Labour government as well responding to the call to resource the welfare system on a national basis and someday getting around to properly funding councils, giving us greater ability to raise revenue locally by asking more from those with the broadest shoulders, not by cutting off support to people who need it most. We'll be voting against this amendment.
Councillor Blenkinsop for the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think anyone who's listened to me since I've been elected will have a sneaking suspicion of what I'm going to say here. But I would also add that I echo a number of Rob's remarks, which is a rare feeling. Particularly with regards to the depth of feeling about why this has been brought. But I'm going to assume, unlike certain other councillors, that this proposal has actually been brought in good faith, that this is what the Conservative group genuinely believes is right, and they have been doing it for the last 3 years, so that's a fair point. I think there's some good things in here that I want to see happen. I want to see us get bleed kits in, and John, if you want me to try and help out and get something, round Sylvan Way, happy to do so. Jonathan, you're great, let's have something in Stockwood. Let's get some of these things in, but not at the cost of the most vulnerable. Not to try and squeeze blood from a stone. The administrative costs alone will be extortionate, the damage that will be done to our very poorest. John, I do have a great deal of respect for you, but I urge you not to ape for the many, not the few. This will hurt the very poorest and most vulnerable. To take a progressive aphorism and twist it is not something that I particularly like. But I will finish by making a bit of a classical allusion, since that seems popular at the moment. I did see that from the Conservatives, not so much from Lib Dems. A little bit of a Carthago Delenda-esque, something that you will see me not shutting up about for the foreseeable future. The council tax reduction scheme must be fully maintained. Thank you.
Councillor Gooch for Liberal Democrats.
Thank you. This amendment seeks to raid the council tax reduction scheme to fund a raft of services that are largely nice-to-haves, and some of which we are already seeking alternatives for. The council tax reduction scheme is a very necessary and realistic scheme that aims to alleviate debt on the most vulnerable and impoverished households in Bristol. Reducing the council tax reduction scheme is a false economy. Households in receipt of CTRS are the least likely to pay. They're least able to pay. Reducing the scheme will create more arrears that are likely never going to be paid. Therefore, this source of revenue raising is not a sound one. Changing the CTRS on a whim would have a huge impact on the finances and mental health of Bristol's most vulnerable people. There is already a task and finish group being established that will review the support given to low-income households and will include a review of the council tax reduction scheme in an appropriate forum, where we can look at how best to support the most hard-up households and not by amendment in this manner. As I've already mentioned, council itself is a regressive tax, disproportionately taxing the poorest in society and long overdue for reform. Raiding the help that we put in place to mitigate such an unfair tax on the poorest in society is not something my group will support, and so we will be voting against this amendment.
Councillor Galandras, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. A tenebris lux. I can see the way the wind is blowing. So let's move to the vote, Lord Mayor.
Okay, the vote's coming up soon. Please vote now. So that's 6 for, 62 against, no abstentions. That amendment has fallen. Thank you. Amendment 6, Labour Revenue Amendment. Councillor Martin to move the amendment, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm putting forward an amendment to reduce the proposed 15% increase in Meals on Wheels for Britons, as outlined in the Green Party's current budget. This amendment would cap it at 4.5%, a much more manageable increase. Meals on Wheels is a crucial part of our community meals service, which provides free meals to some of the most vulnerable people in our city. For many individuals who are unable to prepare meals themselves, it's their primary source of nutrition. More than just a meal delivery service, however, it plays a vital role in addressing social isolation, something the University of Bristol's School for Policy Studies has highlighted, as it provides well-being checks during each delivery. It's from my own experience as a home carer in Froome Vale, the ward I now represent, that I witnessed the prevalence of isolation and self-neglect in some of our communities. I'll never forget having to make difficult choices between extending my time with a resident to ease their distress or rushing to meet the needs of someone else waiting for their care. On numerous occasions, I'd encounter Meals on Wheels workers in their homes, and their rapport with residents was often a joy to witness, providing them with one more meaningful social interaction on what could be an unwanted day of solitude. Now, the Green Party's budget proposed 15% increase in the cost of Meals on Wheels. It's set to raise approximately £100,000 to address the council's budget deficit. While this may be manageable for some, for those already struggling to make ends meet, it could be an unaffordable burden for many. The council covers the cost of adult social care placements, with the average placement costing around £36,000. If only 3 people are priced out of Meals on Wheels and the vital welfare visit that comes with it, and so are forced into social care, any savings from increasing the price are immediately wiped out. Capping the increase of Wheels on Meals to 4.5%, as we argue, will reduce the risk of this. I'd also like to point out that the government allocated an additional £310,000 to Bristol, surpassing what was initially expected or budgeted for. When we tabled this amendment, we were told this funding was likely to go into reserve, so we allocated some of that money towards Meals on Wheels, this amendment. But after that, Council Leader Tony Dyer unilaterally decided to put that towards tackling fly tipping. Don't get me wrong, tackling fly tipping is one of our top priorities, as you'll see in our next amendment. But what concerns us is the process through which this decision was made. This was made alone, which flies in the face of the committee system's principles, as this allocation was not in the budget approved by Strategy and Resources Committee. Changes to that budget should have come as an amendment, not dealt with by one person, the council leader. If we're to follow the correct process, that money should still go towards Meals on Wheels if this amendment passes. For the families of Meals on Wheels users, this service represents a significant relief. Increasing the cost by 15% could further strain these families, both financially and emotionally. We must not allow this vital service to become out of reach for those who need it most. I very much hope cross-party councillors will support our efforts to cap this increase at a much fairer level. Thank you.
As you've mentioned the leader by name, he does have the right to reply. Councillor Dyer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I understand where Councillor Martin has come through, but just to correct, if I had made the decision to put this into a particular fund, you would not be able to put this amendment in. What we did was we identified that this money could be used for street cleansing or fly tipping. However, that was clearly not an official decision. It was something I wanted to do. If it had been an official decision, you would not have been able to put this amendment in because the money would not be there anymore. You are, of course, perfectly entitled to put this amendment in. It would be different than what I would have used it for, but that would still need to be through the budget process.
Thank you. Councillor Emily Clark to second the amendment, please.
Thank you. I rise to second this amendment. Councillor Martin has powerfully shown the importance of supporting community meals using his own experience as a home-to-home care worker. I want to address the proposed cuts to our community and voluntary organisations. Bristol Impact Fund supports organisations tackling the stark inequalities that exist in our city, for example, organisations providing mental health support or working with asylum seekers and refugees. The focus of the fund is on communities experiencing the greatest inequity, and the services provided are a lifeline to many, reaching communities that are too often left behind. We all put ourselves forward to be councillors because we want to make a difference, because we care about social justice and inequality. And on some days, it can be frustrating how little power and influence we have to improve people's lives. But today we have an opportunity to take a decision that will directly impact the people facing the most disadvantage in our communities. So I implore you all to support this amendment. Since the draft budget was announced and this amendment was tabled, we obviously heard from the leader of the council that he intended to allocate this increased funding to tackle fly tipping, and he's just explained that. The extended producer responsibility allowance gave Bristol Waste an additional £7.4 million in revenue this year. I'm not sure what's happened to that money, but this amendment is for a relatively small sum, so we can and we should fund both. So please support this amendment to allow our amazing community and voluntary organisations to continue the life-changing work that they do.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tim Wye for the Green Group, please.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think this amendment illustrates the kind of invidious position we're in as a council in making decisions in its financial circumstances. I'm genuinely assuming it's coming in good faith, and out of you wanting to protect preventative services, something we all want to do, I think, across all parties. But obviously, as we've discussed, it comes at the expense of other things. I've been working with the St Paul's campaign about better streets and know exactly what an impact that has on people's lives as well. I think context is important to this. And what is proposed is important. For people who have been referred with Care Act need to the council support, the cost is £6.20, and for private customers, £7.45. The uplift for Care Act eligible individuals is less than £1, keeping the cost below £8 for a hot meal and pudding delivered to the customer's home address. I think this is still good value for money. The amendment still proposes increasing the price, so this is much more about what the price increase should be rather than a reduction in the volume of meals delivered. Having a meal service that meets most of its cost also will help it carry on. At present, the service is subsidised to roughly £1,000 per person who uses the service a year. Another issue this amendment raises correctly is whether this and the voluntary sector funding is the best use of our preventative funding. And I think we do need to take a strategic view of all the preventative funding that we have and make sure we're getting the most impact for our residents. Service review is clearly mentioned in the budget proposal, and there will be an opportunity to do that, and I really welcome that in that discussion in committee. As the Green Group, we've had a great deal of discussion about this amendment, and I do share your concerns that any increase might make some people cancel their service, and the budget report actually mentions this as a risk. And I thought we have sought some reassurance, I have sought some reassurance that for any individual who does stop that,
last sentence, please.
We will look at how we address those issues, like isolation that you mentioned. In summary, important points, but our steer, unfortunately, is going to be against it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joss Clark for the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you. Just to make this simple, I will say from the outset my group will be supporting this amendment. For the following reasons, Adult Social Care have committed to be more businesslike in carrying out their financial assessments. It would appear that previously the department were not rigorous in carrying out financial assessments, so some clients were slipping through the net and paying when they didn't have to. So a more robust financial assessment process will ensure that those who can will, and those who can't won't have to pay for their Meals on Wheels. I'm glad to see that the Labour group is giving something back, as so many people are feeling squeezed from national government, particularly our pensioners. With respect to the cuts to the voluntary sector, like many of my colleagues on the social care, we have been concerned about the cuts to our voluntary sector colleagues. They deliver life-changing services to some of the most vulnerable people in Bristol. Much of the work is done not always in the public gaze, but to be able to restore some of this funding will make a big difference. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Udin for the Conservative Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to give my group backing to those proposals changing to lead by green admission budget. We appreciate that ongoing funding and challenge to meet those costs. Adult social care mean that authority look more carefully, manage and resource which officer commit and facing cost provide community meal not kept on inflation and plan 15% increased not manageable uplift one go must like Hicks rent on controversially on Lockman last year. This more modest 4.5 increase to help major service user pay for meals and particularly those individual living on margin eligible for those threshold who lived on lower income or moderate mean, formerly known as meal on the wheel, and was rebound and affect wider social well-being rules. Some our most vulnerable residents and vital oversight must not by people become deter cost those meal similar. My colleagues are not wish to reduction on those features supporting community and vulnerable and organized like the late Lib Dem amendment regard. We believe such action would be have great a negative impact than any cost save it seek to be achieved. So we will support those amendments.
Thank you very much. Councillor Martin, do you wish to respond?
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, by the way. I'm still a little bit confused if it wasn't official why it was announced, but I appreciate the clarification. Thank you for all your comments. I just want to finish by saying that this 15% increase will disproportionately affect the elderly and disabled, and many will feel this cost really hard. So I hope that you support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the vote. Please vote now. Okay, this is an interesting one. So for is 34, against is 34. So that means I have the casting vote. I didn't think this would happen today, but here we go. So I will be voting for that amendment. We've got to give the Labour group a break sometime today. So let's move on to Amendment 7, and then after this amendment, we'll have another 10-minute break. So Amendment 7, Labour amendment, which involves both the capital and the revenue sections of the budget. And Councillor Fabian-Brick was to move this, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I rise to propose a common sense amendment to draw down £0.15 million from contingency funds, raising fines for littering and using the money to invest in fly tipping enforcement cameras, while investing the balance of almost £80,000 into the big tidy. So that will help with graffiti moving, anti-fly tipping measures, as determined by the Environment and Sustainability Committee. Why are these amendments a good idea? Well, we all know fly tipping is a major problem. I have yet again been dealing with fly tipping in Cruisehole Road recently. People seem to think the Country Lane bit of it is a great place to dump bags and bags of garbage. It isn't. Enforcement cameras will help both deter fly tipping and ensure that more culprits are successfully prosecuted. Put them in the right place and they might even pay for themselves. And frankly, if we wind up with monthly black bin collections, fly tipping is going to become a pandemic. Anyone mentioned we've now got over 11,000 signatures on a petition against monthly bin collections. I mean, somebody had to mention it, so it may as well be me. Big tidy is always a good investment. Whether clearing up litter, overgrowth and cleaning paths, it's something that's always been really appreciated in my ward, and I'm sure others will be able to say the same. Then there is graffiti. Bristol is a city that is known for its great street art and its murals, which is fine until some moron decides to tag one of them. More likely as not, we get tagging on walls, including people's homes and businesses. It's ugly and makes an area look run down very quickly. The proposed new loungers site on Church Road is already completely covered, and on the bus today, I even noticed someone had tagged a business window in Lawrence Hill, and I even saw in town somebody had actually graffitied on the pavement. So action to tackle fly tipping, litter and graffiti will help places look better, and that will help people feel better about where they live. So please support this sensible amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Peat to second amendment, please.
So before I begin, I'm actually going to distribute some photos to everybody. It's not graffiti, but I would like to. One of our team is...
You've only got 2 minutes, Councillor Peat, and you've got 1 minute and 45 seconds. Go on, Tim. Okay, settle down, please. Councillor Peat.
Right, back to it then. Litter and fly tipping is an issue that when it becomes a problem, it is immediately noticeable. Like many of you, I am inundated with emails from residents with photos of fly tipping and litter. And like most of you, I just get responses from officers saying, without a name, without an address, or without a number plate, there's nothing we can do. This needs to stop. We need a better solution. Sorry, I'm out of breath. By having enforcement cameras, we can identify people, and then with the funds that we get from these fines that we're able to give out, because we have better identification, we can actually fund our waste services. So, we don't have to go to monthly bin collection. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. So by taking the 0.15 million out of the reserve, we will actually be able to fund getting better enforcement and having a beautiful city that is clean, without mattresses and bathtubs all over the place. I know that you don't all have photos right now, but you can see some of the debris that's in my ward. I think we deserve better than that. So that's why I think you should vote for this amendment.
Thank you very much. And you actually finished on time, Councillor Peat, so well done for that. So, Councillor Fodor for the Green Group, please.
My computer's just shut down. I'm sorry. I have to find it. It's because I closed it. I turned around. Here we are. Yes, apologies for that. It sort of switched. So, Lord Mayor, here's another example of the Labour budget yo-yo. I was going to bring one. You reduced the service and cut the crews to deal with street sweeping, fly tipping and recycling 2 years ago. Now you realise you need to increase the enforcement to deal with the fly tipping and litter, and that would be a good idea, wouldn't it? So, unfortunately, in this proposal that remedies some of the cuts that you made 2 years ago, the numbers are a bit of a mess. They're a bit unrealistic for both capital and revenue. Of course, we want to catch the waste criminals and unregistered waste cowboys who cause most fly tipping. But we can't support a proposal that doesn't add up, even though it might appear to repair some of the damage your settlement with Bristol Waste did 2 years ago. You reduced the fly tipping response time to 72 hours from 48 hours. That's why more people see more fly tipping. As officers pointed out, the actual costs of new cameras and monitoring are significantly more, 10,000 more than you quote. The core costs are $27,500 per camera and installation, and over 5,000 ongoing annual cost per camera. It doesn't add up, what you've put there. And it isn't going to achieve what you've claimed either. It will actually hit people hard that you haven't acknowledged. I quote from the officers again: "Fines may disproportionately negatively impact those who are on low incomes. This would increase non-payment of fines and the numbers handled through the single justice procedure. That means it doesn't bring in the revenue. People get sent to court. The council doesn't control or administer the procedure. The payment is sporadic. Labour set up a contract with 3GS. They run the collection. They issue the penalty notices to people who drop cigarette butts and so on. The council gets just 30% of what those notices issue, if it's collected. But often it isn't collected because people don't pay it. So,
last sentence, please.
Yeah. So much as it would be really great to have more resources to replace the 700,000 Labour took out of the budget for these services a couple of years ago, it isn't actually a practical way of doing it. Borrowing capital and paying interest with limited revenue just won't work. So we won't be supporting this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tim Kent for the Liberal Democrat Group.
Okay, so Lord Mayor, I rise to say that I'm happy to welcome this amendment. It is concentrating on a big issue that is reflected across many of our wards, that of fly tipping and waste. I think Councillor Fodor has, of course, highlighted that some of these issues got worse under your previous administration. Just to give you a small fact here, between 2017 and 2023, reported fly tipping increased by over 20% in this city. And of course, 2017 to 2023 corresponds very nicely with the Labour administration. I am concerned, though, about your reference to increasing the littering fines. And I want to sort of say why. My experience, and I accept I'm no expert in this, is that they go for low-hanging fruit. They hang around in the city centre, they go after young kids who drop cigarette butts or sweet papers, and they issue them with fines. And I don't necessarily think that is what was initially thought of when this was set up. But that is why the private company makes their money. And I think being charged £250 for dropping a cigarette butt is on the expensive side. Now, it's unacceptable to drop that cigarette butt, and I can definitely say that as a non-smoker. I'm pretty safe. But I think a lot of people would say that that sounds too high, but especially too high when you consider the fly tipper. So a fly tipper caught in my ward, I know he was caught because I provided the evidence to prosecute him, was prosecuted and fined £400. So we issued him with a fixed penalty notice of £400. I gave the council over a dozen different photographs of that fly tipper operating in my community over 2 weeks because he was such an idiot. He had a marked van with a name and a telephone number on the side. I mean, they don't come much dumber than that. And all the residents took photos of him. Fly tipping everywhere, £400. I do not know how much.
Last sentence, please, Councillor Kent.
In his pocket, but it was well in excess of £400. I just say that for them, yes, we should be looking to increase fines and prosecutions, but let's not just concentrate on the low-hanging fruit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hucker for the Conservative Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, there's a lot of good things in this amendment, and we will be supporting it. New fly tipping enforcement cameras, increasing fines for littering. Although I do take on board Councillor Kent's comment. I had an issue with a constituent who was pursued by 3GS, and it was unjustly so. Invest in Big Tidy. You know, Big Tidy is a really good thing, and I always like to see it in my ward. And graffiti removal in particular, I think that tagging is something which seriously blights this city. So any additional resources that can be directed towards that, I'm in favour of. Yeah, so I think some of these things are, well, this amendment is similar to one which we brought last year. But yeah, I think it's a good amendment and we'll be supporting it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brickles, would you like to respond?
Yeah, obviously, thank you to the Conservatives for their support. Appreciate that. I had hoped for unanimous support. I mean, we on this side, and clearly others in this House, are plagued by fly tipping, and anything to increase the action on it would be welcome. All I would say is everyone talks about, you know, the time when we were in power, but when we were in power, the Conservatives were in power nationally, and they were still cutting local government funding. So we had some difficult, you know, that wasn't fun. Anyway, you know, please, you know, support this amendment. I do think it's going to help. And it's do something practical that people can actually see that's going to improve things for them.
Thank you very much. So let's move to the vote. Please vote now. Oh, no. Okay, another interesting result. So that's 34 for and 34 against and no abstentions. Do you know, I'm feeling in a nice mood today, so I'm going to vote for that one as well. Thank you very much. So let's have a quick 10-minute break. It's 4:41. Let's be back here at 4:51. Okay, let's continue, please, members. We've broken the back of the amendments anyway, and that's good. Actually, oh, he is here. Yeah. Okay, let's continue with the meeting, and we've got a slightly longer break coming up soon. So let's move on to Labour Amendment 3, which involves the capital and the revenue sections of the budget. What did I say? I think I had my thumb over part of the 8. It looked like a 3. So yes, Labour Amendment 8. Apologies. And there'll be one vote at the end of the debate. So I'd like to call on Councillor Al-Maghrabi to move the amendment, please.
Okay. Thank you, Lord Mayor. So, full council voted for Labour's amendment to make Bristol a highly accessible city. A key part of that is public toilets, because a truly accessible city means everyone from parents with young children to older residents and those with medical conditions can move around with dignity and confidence. Today's amendments are about putting council resources where Bristolians want them. The council received a 5.2% real terms funding uplift this year, and that's 27 million pounds more than expected. This gives us the opportunity to invest in public priorities. Yes, austerity forced tough decisions in the past, but we now have the chance to move forward. I hope that we can all agree that reopening and maintaining public toilets is a priority. I care about this issue enough to stand here and hear the usual party political one-liners about why toilets were closed in the first place. But honestly, I'm not here to dwell on the past. I'm here to move forward. I'm here to move forward. I'm like here to fight for the people of Bristol and from Vale who all agree that opening public toilets is a top priority. We'll have to be honest about the challenge. many closed public toilets have fallen into disrepair, and fixing them will require significant capital investment. In some cases, it may even be more cost effective to build entirely new facilities. That's a decision for the public health and communities committed to assess. Funding this won't be easy, but budgets are tight. But prioritising public needs sometimes requires tough decisions. That's why we're proposing a small reduction in council. There's extra in council as extra allowances, not base salaries. So this won't discourage people from standing for election. With that saving, we can borrow enough to get new public toilets built. If you ask the public directly how they'd finance this, I think that they'd come up with a proposal much like ours. To be clear, we didn't make grand promises about reopening public toilets for the election. We knew the financial challenges, especially without a changing in government. But what's important is that there's now a cross-party consensus on the need to act. Please vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Well done, Al. So, Councillor Tate to second the amendment.
Hi. I, along with my Labour colleagues, will be voting for our budget amendment to reopen and open new public toilets in Bristol. Under the Labour government, Bristol City Council is receiving 27 million more than it would have under the Tory government projections. That means that we can invest in this service that matter the most. That includes public toilets. One of our amendments allocates 1 million to reopen and modernise disused facilities, ensuring they are accessible and fit for purpose. This will be funded through borrowing, with interest costs covered by reducing the number of additional paid roles for councillors. A second amendment secures 319,000 for maintenance, funded by investing in more children's homes and reducing reliance on costly privatised placements, allowing us to reverse Green Party cuts to short breaks for disabled children and reduce cut black bin collections. This is a win-win. We restore vital facilities, protect key services and use our resources wisely. We have already committed to making Bristol the most accessible city through the Golden Motion. Public toilets are essential for this. It takes courage to rethink past choices. Closing these facilities was a difficult but necessity at the time. But today we have the opportunity to reverse that decision. Drawing on the recently produced inclusive transport vision, we know accessibility is about ensuring people can navigate public spaces with dignity and confidence. As councillors, our job is to serve the city. This is about dignity, health and ensuring Bristol is accessible for all. So I urge councillors from all parties to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jenny Bartle, Green Group, please.
Is this a Labour U-turn on public toilets? I'm really glad to see that they're finally in favour of reopening these public toilets after closing them for 8 years. I'm also happy to confirm that the Greens are publicly committing to working to spend some of this investment fund money on public toilets in 26-27, as suggested in the amendment. That will be worked up through the committees, we hope. We're also committing to find ongoing funding to actually keep them open, because as a standalone amendment, this just delivers a lot of shiny, beautiful toilets that remain closed. So it sounds like we should support this. It's our policy. But seemingly, Labour wanted to make it hard for us to vote for this. And they've put in a cut which to councillor special allowances, which presupposes the outcome of ongoing deliberations in the committee model review group and requires a change to the constitution to implement. I think it would be bad governance for us to make assumptions when, again, this proposal doesn't even come into effect until next year. So Labour could have waited on the outcome of that review before trying to allocate the money. It's only 50,000 on top of £1 million idea. So it could have gone in without that, we felt. So I'm a bit disappointed about that. But our group is split, however, because we could vote down the proposed constitution change at a later date, which negates the aspects of the amendment that we're opposed to. So, yeah, I think it's really kind of boils down to a bit of spin that cutting these positions is like fine. We don't think that's good governance. So in conclusion, thank you for bringing this. Thank you for letting us to commit to this policy, whilst pointing out that Labour's still doing a lot of spinning this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Andrew Brown for Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you. Not said anything yet. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Before I go on, I need to declare an interest. As a man of a certain age, I often have to end up planning things around toilet breaks. And I know that there are many people whose circumstances mean that they must do as well, and those who have much less leeway than me in doing so. And I agree that we have to have a strategy for provision of public toilets to improve the lives of our residents and visitors to the city alike. But this is not a strategy. I've been in this chamber for a number of years now, and I'm not sure I've ever seen anything as opportunistic as this amendment. It may look good on the Labour group's social media feed, but like most things on their messaging grid, it's not worth the internet bandwidth it takes up. Let's look at what it amounts to. First of all, it suggests reopening toilets closed by Labour. It means funding is funded by adding to the tens of millions of debt that Labour left us, and the servicing of that debt is proposed to come from cutting councillor allowances, second-guessing both the committee model review group and the independent remuneration panel. Although from what I've heard, they're not suggesting cutting their own allowances. And finally, there's no provision in this amendment for the maintenance of any of the new facilities. Now, they point to another amendment, that we have to look at what we have on this amendment when we're making a judgment about this. So the whole thing is so transparent, it could have been printed on the tracing paper that passed as toilet paper when I was at school. And my group will not be dignifying this with a vote either for or against.
Thank you very much. Councillor Weston for the Conservative Group.
Thank you. I'm sure many colleagues would agree that I have been here too long. But in the I felt the love. But in the entirety of my nearly 19 years as a councillor, no one has ever described me as a goldfish. Possibly sunburnt whale, but never a goldfish, which means that I have a memory that lasts longer than 3 seconds. So I remember when Labour proposed closing all the toilets. I remember the various other groups saying this was a stupid idea, it was a disastrous. We were told, no, the community toilet scheme will be brilliant, top-notch. No, not at all. In fact, this amendment actually accepts the reality that we have been pointing out for years, that it wasn't. And it was a really bad idea to close them to begin with. What's a worse idea is, of course, letting them rot for 8 years and fall into complete disrepair, and then suddenly claiming that you have that holy grail, the money has landed, and you can suddenly fix it. But we have to look at amendments. So we look at this amendment. It's got money to do them up. Brilliant. For one beautiful shining moment, you can spend a penny in plush splendour. And then you realise that there's no budget to maintain it, there's no budget for toilet roll, there's no, good luck finding any tracing paper. There's literally not even a loo block in there. They're pointing to another amendment. Oh, don't worry, we're putting the money later on. If you were serious about the budget process, wouldn't you tie in the two so that the capital and the revenue were one amendment, rather than split it in half as a deliberate political ploy so people will vote it down? This is rank opportunism of the worst sort, and it's the worst kind of budget play that I've ever seen. Now, we can't vote against the toilets, we're going to abstain, but you are requiring the entire population of Bristol to forget who closed the toilets to begin with. And they're not goldfish either. They're going to remember who did that, and they're going to accept the financial reality of this as well, that this is a shoddy attempt on this. You should be ashamed of this. I'm ashamed of you. Thank you very much, my lord.
Councillor Al-Maghrabi, would you like to respond?
Sure. So, year after the year, there's been budget amendments wanting to sack the mayor's office staff, the communication staff, the international affairs team, and the policy staff. The Tory amendment seeks to cut benefits to the worst off. In the past, Green amendments have tried to raid the flood defence fund, and the Dems actually tried to raid the environment and ecology budget. There was no uproar from other parties about that. But as soon as their own paychecks comes up all like hell, breaks loose, we made it quite clear that base allowances would not be touched. The Greens currently have a leader of the council, the deputy leader of the council, and a party group whip for a party that claims to not be whipped. Why do you need all three of these jobs when the public needs accessible toilets? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the vote. Please vote now.
Yeah, against.
Okay, so for Amendment 8, that's 21 for, 33 against, and 14 abstentions. So that one has fallen. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to Amendment 9, Liberal Democrat Revenue Amendment. And I'd like to call on Councillor Stephen Williams to move the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's my pleasure to move Amendment 9 in my name. Let's start with the backdrop to this budget. Again, we've rather lost sight of that. These amendments, and that's the fiscal constraining a burgeoning belly of increasing cost pressures. We've had nearly 20 years now either of council tax freezes or pegged rises to 3%, something that I'm rather surprised that Rachel Reeves decided not to change in her budget, or Angela Rayner didn't change in the local government finance sector. That leaves us, as local government, incredibly dependent on government grants that may be non-recurring and certainly are uncertain. This supplicant-master relationship is pretty well unique in Europe. We've heard lots of warm words from the new Labour government, which we welcome, on devolution and local government, but thus far, certainly in public finances, those warm words have not been followed by any financial reality. So we can't leave any stone unturned in our quest to seek extra money to spend on government services in Bristol, local government services in Bristol. That's why I'm pleased that the first amendment that we passed today, moved by my colleague Joss Clark, will enable us at some point in the future to raise extra money for the council. And the amendment I'm now moving is a more modest one to find some extra money for the council. The good news is that the people of Bristol will probably respond generously to it. In the council tax consultation, which I have looked at, and hopefully many of the rest of us have as well, the third most popular option was for a 5% rise in the core council tax, not 3%. The fourth most popular option was for a 10% rise in council tax. So there is an appetite amongst the people of Bristol for paying more for activities in Bristol. Now, we can't do that at the moment by a voluntary contribution or a top-up to council tax, but we can tap into the generosity or altruism of the people of Bristol in another way. And that's why I'm proposing this Bristol Community Contribution Fund. It's not my idea. It's stolen from our Liberal Democrat colleagues down the road in Bath and North East Somerset, where it was introduced with the professional help of our new finance director. It's raised modest amounts there so far, but Bristol is a far bigger city, and if we promote it well, it could raise significant amounts of money for the Bristol Impact Fund, which we've now, as a result of passing an earlier amendment, the cut to that is being reversed. So if we pass this amendment from April 2026 onwards, we'll actually have an enlarged Bristol Impact Fund to invest in some of the most deprived wards in our city. So I hope we'll actually get consensus on this and pass the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Classic to second, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I reserve my remarks.
Another great speech. So, Councillor Levan to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
The Bristol Impact Fund adds value to our city. There's no doubt about that. There's both passion and a need for it. It creates jobs, it reduces inequality, and it improves health and well-being by enabling communities to self-organise. It's exactly what a good council should be supporting, and has funded groups like the Black Mothers Matter and Bristol Women's Voice, events like Bristol Refugee Festival, and resources like Eugenia Radio and Hartcliffe City Farm. In a post-truth moment this week, the leader of the Labour group told us that austerity was over. I'm not sure that the pensioners who've had their winter fuel allowances cut and the parents struggling under two-child benefit cap would agree. But if the age of austerity really was over, the Bristol Impact Fund would be one of the first things to be boosted, but boosted by core funding, not a voluntary scheme such as this one. However, until the Labour government does see fit to fund councils properly, we are limited to asking those with the deepest pockets to contribute voluntarily in the face of having to balance a budget on a knife edge due to ongoing and now Labour-enforced austerity. The Green Group would love to see the Bristol Impact Fund go further and will support this amendment in the hope it will enable Bristolians who can afford to do so to broaden the really important work of the fund.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blake for the Labour Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. We're happy to say we're supporting this amendment. I did point out, Stephen, you were in the coalition government as a senior minister for a number of years. It imposed that straitjacket on us, so you ought to take some responsibility there. But we do have some concerns around this. Often, poor individuals give a higher percentage of their pay packet to voluntary contributions. I think we'd like to see a review of this in a year's time to ensure that we know that the people funding it are the ones with the broadest shoulders in our city, and it isn't coming from some of those areas where potentially people are struggling to get by. So broadly we support it, but we would like that review to take place in the future, and hopefully it will raise some good amounts of money for investing in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Udin for the Conservative Group, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm very happy to speak on behalf of my group to this moderate proposal. Already has been explained to provide resource support Bristol Impact Fund. This scheme was which dispensed really important grant for local social organizing bodies and voluntary group which delivered unable to range of activity in service take place. Those typical aims to tackling related inequality, deprivation, and list of funding award show kind of in the community, even gathering health and well-being activities, youth provision, and environmental action and cultural project or educational program by local authority. But sadly, this is too late for Henbury Braintree Youth Centre was closed in 2008. Bristol still has need those supplementary target to spend, particularly last suggest nearly half our household met one of those criteria and deprivation. Please support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williams, would you like to respond, please?
Very briefly, Lord Mayor. Hopefully, this is going to be the first vote. This is going to be unanimous across the chamber if I've interpreted those speeches correctly. Let's congratulate Cara, an excellent member of my committee, on making her first speech to full council. Kelvin, I like you. That was a sideswipe. I will say, when we introduced, the coalition government introduced the 3% lock on council tax, inflation was negligible, interest rates were negligible, and it actually made sense. We never imagined that a decade later it would still be there. And I do urge you to lobby your friends in government to remove that restriction on our ability to raise funds. But I welcome your support for the amendments. Kelvin made the point about making sure that people who paid into this had the broader shoulders. I represent the wealthiest ward in the city, and I will be urging the residents of Westbury Trim and Henleys to contribute to this fund, but it is voluntary. It'll be an option on the council's payments schedule on the website. It will be entirely voluntary for people to donate to this fund, and I'm sure we can all tap into the
Okay, we need to move to the vote now,
so
Councillor Williams.
I hope we're going to get a unanimous vote.
Okay. Please vote now. And Councillor Williams got his wish, so that's 67 votes for, 0 against and 0 abstentions, so that has passed. "68 votes for." Okay, let's move on to Amendment 10, which is a Labour capital amendment. Councillor Kaidad to move the amendment, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And firstly, I have to declare an interest here. I've played football myself on the Downs since I was about 18, although age and injury is now, and I've not played this year. But what this amendment's about is about this organisation continuing its support for participation in sport and physical activity, expanding participation and securing the future of football on the Downs. The Downs has been identified for many years now in our playing pitch strategy as a strategic site for football, and football's been played on the Downs since the late 19th century, and the league was formalised in 1905, more than 100 years ago, and all the games are played on the Downs, so there's no away games. And it was recently a subject of BBC Sounds podcast, a very good series called Always at Home. So if you've not listened into it, it's something worth listening to. This season, there are 1,683 players registered to play across 41 teams, and it's one of the few activities that brings people from across the city onto the Downs. And many of the teams are drawn from certain communities. So, for example, the Bengal Tigers, which represents the Bangladeshi community, and also the Eastern Cowboys have a team there made up mainly of refugee players. And it's one of the few activities that brings a lot of working class people from the outer states to the Downs to play football. We also have the Westbury Park Foxes youth football team, which is 300 boys and girls that play football. And at the moment, they can't use the changing rooms, and I'll come on to why. And also, there's a midweek university league. The changing rooms were built in the 1930s, and they're in a condemnable state. So I know many of you have been on the Downs Committee, seen what they look like, and they're absolutely in a condemnable state, and they don't meet any modern specification or any safeguarding standards. There's things like communal showers, there's no women's toilets, for example. So it's a huge barrier to participation for youth, women's football and disabled participation as well. So a modern facility is required to secure the future of football on the Downs and to expand participation. Why am I bringing this forward now? So we actually have a Downs business manager in place now on the Downs that's drawn up a proposal, and we think the cost will be roughly £2 million. So we finally got something that we can try and secure investment for. So that's why it's being brought forward now. What I'm asking for is a £1 million contribution from Strategic Seal. The remaining costs would be made up from other sources like the Football Foundation, the lottery and other fundraising. And also the added benefit would generate income to help fund the Downs as well as the sporting aspect. The funding will come from £100,000 of unallocated Strategic Seal and £900,000 from money previously allocated to local transport projects. By definition, it can't be used for local projects because it's just strategic, so the money's up for grabs. I would make one point though.
You need to wrap it up now, I'm afraid.
There's been a long-standing consensus on the Downs Committee about this, so I hope that it's continued into today. So
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to Councillor Self to second the amendment. Councillor Self, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you, Kai, for your speech. I know this is something you're passionate about. The Downs League is unique. 41 teams playing in one location, about 400 players involved on match days, plus match officials, 32 pitches, football at grassroots level. The Downs has always been a place for the people of Bristol to use for public recreation. The Downs League is more than football, though. It is family. People who play together that make lasting friendships. We talk in this council about the well-being of our citizens. Football is good for both physical and mental health. For young men, it gives them focus in life. Sport must always be part of our thinking when we talk about preventing adverse outcomes. As Marvin Rees said, a city that promotes and supports sport and physical activity will help its citizens thrive. Teams have played on the Downs for over 100 years and the change rooms on the Downs have been there since the 1930s. But for football on the Downs to survive, we need to invest and make facilities attractive and inclusive. Society's moved on since the change rooms were built. Women and girls are now very much part of the wonderful game, and yet they do not have the changing facilities to allow them to play or officiate. Inclusive football teams like Eastern Cowboys can field a team, and yet not the Cowgirls. The Downs have been and still are a unique part of this city, but we know they face financial challenges like we all do. So I support this amendment as an investment in the future of the Downs and the future of sport in Bristol.
Thank you very much. Councillor O'Rourke to speak on behalf of the Green Group, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've written a speech, it's on my iPad, and it starts off with the Greens do things differently. I'm not actually going to speak to that speech now. I am going to speak to a speech which really says that the Greens do things properly. Tony said at the beginning today that there would be interesting and insightful debate here this afternoon. And thank you for reminding me of that earlier, because I have listened to the debates. Essentially, I agree with every single thing that Kai and Kaz have said. I have served on the Downs for 7 years. I've worked really hard to get to the stage where we are today. I understand the urgency of this, the need for this proposal to have the money. Everything in me, the pragmatist in me, has persuaded me for days to talk to my group, to let me stand up here today to speak for this amendment. But ultimately, I can't do that. I cannot ask my group to vote for this, and I won't vote for it myself either, because doing things properly is the most important thing to do. And that's become clear here this afternoon as we've all debated. We've got a new committee system. The amendment has shown that there is a procedural flaw in the strategic SIL system. And I would much prefer that I could speak to the leader of the council and to the rest of my council group here today to say, what we need to do is we need to see, my previous argument would have been, let's not get the perfect in the way of the good. But that's not what politicians should do. Do the right thing. So much and all is absolutely, I tell you what, it tears my heart apart not to be able to get this money for those changing rooms, because I have worked really hard for that. And I know it's the right thing, we do need it. But we have to do it the correct way. And what I think we need to do today is we need to take a firm commitment after this meeting to go to the resource committee.
Last sentence, please. Go
to the resource committee and make sure that we address this and apply for that money through the proper strategic process.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gooch, Liberal Democrat Group, please.
Thank you. This amendment uses the Strategic Community Infrastructure Levy and strategic capital to fund the spend. While the money might not have been used for its original purpose, it can surely be used for something strategic and or for strategic transport. For example, the new Hengrove to Avonmouth bus route has a mile with no bus stops. That would actually be a better strategic capital spend of this money, taking the workers of Bristol up to their jobs in Avonmouth. Changing rooms on the Downs is a worthy spend. I'm on the Downs committee as well. I agree with everything that's been said. And I know it's been in the pipeline for a while. We acknowledge that it needs doing, but this is a big ask from the budget when we don't have a fully worked up business case for the changing rooms yet. The Downs has its own finances and it's in a unique position to manage and fund its own projects and improvements. Are new changing rooms the best use for £1 million spend when other services are being cut? These changing rooms could be funded by working with external partners, such as Sport England, the Football Foundation and lottery funding, or our new community contribution fund, which I'll be happy to lobby for that. We support the project and we recognise the huge value of the Downs League for those who play there, but this isn't the right method to go about funding it. So unfortunately, my group will have to vote against this amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Michelet for the Conservative Group, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My group will be supporting this amendment. The need for investment in the changing facilities on the Downs has previously been highlighted by Councillor Dudd, not least because he uses them during the playing season. I understand that the total capital cost is 1.5 million, which seems an extraordinary amount of money to upgrade the existing building. My group often tables proposals for greater spending on our parks and sporting infrastructure, so it would be difficult to oppose this increase here, even though it must be said, in my opinion, this instance represents perhaps one of the most shameless examples of self-serving, blatant opportunism I've witnessed in this chamber. If successful, its author will have managed to circumvent the normal grants allocation process and added this very specific, quite interest into our capital programme. Raiding strategic SIL for individual projects is also notoriously difficult, so this could well set a precedent for others to follow in the future. Nevertheless, a modernised, more accessible and properly functioning facility is a worthwhile cause and will deliver tangible benefits. For our part, the protection and preservation of the Downs as a public amenity for present and future generations to enjoy is always going to be a primary consideration. As a result, with wider public good in mind, we'll be voting for this proposal. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dudd, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, quite an interesting one. To be honest with you, I only really put this forward because there's been a long-standing cross-party consensus on this issue. So I thought this would be one of the few amendments where we could all agree. We all agree on the Downs Committee that something needs to be done. I don't agree that this is out of order. I mean, we're all entitled to put a budget amendment forward. The officer advice is there. It says we can't use this money for local projects, so therefore it's available. So I don't buy the argument that I'm being out of order by putting forward this amendment. And just in terms of the strategic argument, from a football point of view, an amateur football point of view, the council recognises the Downs as a strategic site for football in the city. So as we would recognise a leisure centre in certain areas, a strategic facility for football, the Downs is a strategic, it is liable for strategic SIL, and that's been identified by officers also throughout this process. So yeah, a bit surprised. I guess we could all say one thing on the Downs Committee and then we come here and do something different. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the e-vote. Please vote now. Thank you. So the results are 28 for, 39 against, and 1 abstention. So that amendment has fallen. Okay, it's now time for a slightly longer break. We've got half an hour. I make it 5:38, so I'll quickly do the math. Let's be back here at 6:08. 6:08. Thank you.
argued for. As prime agricultural land known as Bluefinger Grade 1 soil, this place was once a market garden, supplying healthy, locally produced fruit and veg to the surrounding area, and with this amendment it could do so again. The current site has mixed use with Avon Wildlife Trust, Grow Wilder and Sims Hill Harvest, making fantastic use of part of the site. But other areas are split into small holdings that do not utilise the land well, with some not optimising the potential for growing, some exporting non-food crops from the city and some not using for food at all. We have brilliant initiatives in the city already, such as Lush Greens, that show the potential for market gardens within a community-supported agriculture framework, producing food professionally with the support of local communities who may not have the time or resource to own their own allotments, but still want to participate in their community and share in the benefits. We should take inspiration from this approach and see how it can apply to the site in Stapleton. Investing in this land will show a commitment to taking our food partnership working seriously, and organisations such as Bristol Food Producers and Bristol Food Network should be a key delivery partner to ensure this is done right. The urban growing work stream of the Bristol Good Food 2030 framework, of which the Council is a key signatory, identifies key actions that include protecting the most suitable land for growing, increasing the volume for growing, providing opportunities to support training for growers and to increase community-based and commercial food growing opportunities for the city. It also supports objectives in the Parks and Green Spaces strategy and food and allotment strategy. In particular, our stated commitments around effective use of existing space, collective food growing and repurposing of land for the benefit of sustainability, health and equity of access to good food. The potential social value at this site cannot be overestimated, and we should be ambitious. The site could provide jobs, a development pipeline for new farm entrants, public food for schools or healthcare settings, nature-friendly new allotments and community gardens. It could support food growing education and cooking skills. It could strengthen food resilience and tackle food inequity. The amount assigned is not enough to achieve all of this, but it is a significant sum that we can add to in subsequent years. One thing about allotments are they can be done in stages. This amendment was designed to be something hopeful, aligned with aspirations, hopefully from all political parties, that we could collectively get behind. If we agree to purposefully invest in this site and declare our commitment to a healthier food system, we can continue to be a place proud of its status as a gold sustainable food city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Alexander to second, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second this amendment, asking for your support for this bold initiative. Increasing local food production is a powerful way to reduce carbon emissions as well as improve the diet of our residents. It also generates employment and training opportunities. The provision of more allotments would also be very welcome.
Don, do you just want to move your microphone forward slightly?
I've done that before. As someone who manages an allotment site, I'm well aware of the benefits that allotments bring in terms of food production, well-being and creating community. Allotments are, for many of us, one of the places where we form relationships and where we build community. I'm also aware of the chronic shortage of plots in the city and the wider problems in the allotment service caused by underfunding. Many of us are waiting to see what the strategy now is from this new administration for the allotment service. I might hope that this bold initiative could become at least a part of that, but we must address the allotment service in its current conditions, the shortage of plots, the lack of maintenance, the lack of support for site representatives like myself, the lack of support for officers, and the lack of funding to be able to do what people are asking for. The previous administration had a plan for this, and I recognise that the party opposite objected to that. But it's not enough just to object to something and not put in place an alternative plan. And that's what I see happening at the moment, or rather not happening. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser for the Green Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So it will be no shock to anyone to hear that Greens do like investing in allotments and food growing spaces. We want to help people experience the joys of growing food, tending to the land, and all of the physical and mental health benefits that this brings. And allotments fall under the Council's Public Health and Communities Committee, which I sit on. Interestingly, it's the only policy committee where the Greens don't hold the chair or the vice chair, so we don't decide what's on the agenda. However, the vice chair is from Labour, so they can set the agenda, and members of the Labour group have clearly been planning this proposal for a while, so why have they not brought this forward until tonight? I'm worried that they have been cherry-picking this for the budget meeting to try and create some dividing lines in the media. And I think that does a disservice to the food-growing organisations and allotmenteers who would really like to see us make a success of this. Now, I'm thankful for Councillor Alexander for highlighting some of these things, that Labour didn't neglect the allotments and food-growing service during their time in power. They let many sites fall into decay, didn't keep on top of the finances, and needlessly frustrated thousands of allotment holders. In contrast, in our first few months, this administration reinvested heavily into the service, meaning we can bring allotment officers back, create new plots, and invest in collective food-growing sites in Lockleys and Hengrove. And while there's a lot to like about the Stapleton allotment proposal, this should be considered first at a committee level, because there are some important details to work out. As was highlighted, it's unlikely that this is going to cost just £500,000. The officer's report says current tenants may need to agree to give some land up, and at least one of them is expecting some kind of compensation for this. And then to make the site suitable, we're going to need to clear several dilapidated structures and secure the site. All of this may well cost more and take longer than the 1 year that this amendment budgets for. So this proposal could bear some fruit in the future, but it is not ready to harvest for the budget yet. So with regret, we will be voting against.
Thank you very much. Councillor Coombs for Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you. Reading the papers, I was asking myself what exactly is the proposal. So I'd thank Councillor King for explaining in her introduction more than managed to get into the papers. So the blue finger, it sounds like a terrible pun on green fingered, but blue is the colour of Grade 1 agricultural land, in case that wasn't apparent from the papers. And these finger shapes appears on a map at 1 to 300,000 scale using data probably before 1988, which is when the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food stopped surveying agricultural land classifications. You can find this map on the Natural England website, and it says that the map isn't sufficiently accurate for assessing individual sites. So the first question I would raise is, has the field actually been surveyed to verify that classification of Grade 1 land? The next question we have to ask ourselves is, who controls the land? So it's been suggested we've got the Avon Wildlife Trust and various small holdings. The officer's report says that it's leased out on a tenancy, which wouldn't be easily broken. So what process would the council have to go through in order to acquire it? At what cost? How long would it take to go through these statutory steps? Then what is the land's current use? Again, more from Councillor King than we saw in the papers. It's an agricultural tenancy. Some small holdings have been introduced. That actually sounds like quite a good use for Grade 1 prime, best and most versatile agricultural land. So is a switch to allotments here actually supported by planning policy, for example? So this was introduced to us as a hopeful project, and it certainly does look like a nice idea to put allotments onto fertile land. But as has been referred, a nice idea isn't a worked-up project that can simply be dropped into a budget like this. The proposal needs to be worked up with officers, discussed by the relevant committees, so that us councillors on those committees can compare it to various other allotment schemes, including funding that we know is coming from Section 106 across the city, and allocate that according to our priorities on properly evaluated schemes. So for us today, there are too many unanswered questions to support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Weston for the Conservative Group.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. This actually, for myself and my group, is a troubling amendment. And the reason is because actually we sort of like where it's going. We do accept that. It's a nice to have. I think it's been raised. And Councillor King was an excellent explanation about what it is going on. There is more in your speech than was on the papers. But setting a budget is to choose. And from my point of view, we can spend £500,000 of Section 106, Section 106 money on an allotment amendment that isn't fully worked up. That there are an awful lot of unknowns that have been talked about, and I actually think it needs to form part of a wider strategy. But the money coming from is actually from strategic transport investment that currently isn't allocated. So I'm sort of having to choose between allotments or strategic transport. Personally, I think we have an awful lot of problems in our transport network at the moment, whereas this amendment seems to be trying to fix a problem that isn't necessarily there. You know, we own long-term agricultural tenancies. We don't have a plan, so I can't go with that. I actually think the £500,000 on this strategic capital fund, from that point of view, should be spent on transport. And I'm going to lobby Councillor Plowden here. When we talk about strategic corridors in this city, we're often just talking about the single main road that goes through it. The A418 positively bounds to mind, but others will have their own. We very rarely think about the secondary networks that come off it. You know, the likes of, if up in our patch, Penn Park Road or Greystoke or Henbury Road. And those secondary junctions, when we start doing work on the main arterial roads, traffic flows, and we very rarely look at that. I personally think we need to use the strategic transport funding via Ed's committee here on looking at those secondary junctions for the works we're doing on our corridors. So to set a budget is to choose its amendments or transport investment. For my group, we think transport investment is the more critical at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor King, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you. So I think the allotments waiting list would strongly disagree and say that there is a need for further food growing opportunities in the city. We've all been worn the scars from that one. But also it's just a bit concerning that so a lot of the planning for this, a lot of the early planning has been done with officers, and I wish they would be more forthcoming if they haven't been with councillors about that, because a lot of this stuff has been talked about for a long time, and I've shared information with at least two of the political groups, including the Lib Dems, about that. So you should have had a lot more additional information than you say that you've had, Councillor Coombs. That was last week or early this week. This has been typically how we get strategic SIL amendments through. The party opposite has often used strategic SIL at budget setting meetings to get the proposals through. This is not an unusual way of doing things. This is very typical. It's how we've done it in recent years, and often with a lot less detail, actually. I remember you
need to wrap it up now, please, Councillor King. Sorry.
Okay. It's disappointing that this hasn't got further. We could work up a plan if we work together on this.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the vote then, please. Please vote now. Thank you. So 21 votes for, 47 against, no abstentions. So that amendment has fallen. Thank you. Now, with the agreement of party group leaders, amendments 12 and 14 will be taken together as they both relate to the House account, and there will be one vote at the end of the debate. So I'd like to call on Councillor Kaya Bells to move the amendment, please.
The Council has a role to play in tackling the housing crisis. I will make no apology for believing in the value of council housing. I'm a council tenant. My other colleagues speaking on these amendments are, and all of us are in agreement with this. The Greens housing budget cuts well over 2,000 council homes, cut from a 5-year building pipeline plan. 76% of the pipeline that was agreed unanimously last year. This amendment will restore a small amount of these council homes. I want to be clear, this will not affect any of the work to improve tenants' homes. This will be paid for by borrowing against the HRA. The council shouldn't borrow to fund repairs. These developments happen from the 2027 to 2028 onwards, when there is more headroom for borrowing. This has all been agreed by the council's finance team. I've waited for repairs. I'm still waiting for repairs. I've been on the housing waiting list. I have lived experience of Bristol's council housing. I understand the challenges and want to put forward solutions. Each council house built brings in revenue for the service. If homes are being sold off and few being built, the service will decline. You don't improve a service by making it smaller. Social housing companies face the same financial challenges as the council. They have limited cash. Relying solely on them to tackle the housing crisis is not an option. It will result in a net loss of social housing, a bigger temporary accommodation bills for the taxpayer. I would specifically like to talk about Petitions Square, as it's in my ward. I used to go to Sunday school there a lifetime ago. That place was the heart of the community. Coffee mornings, cabaret nights, discos, dinner dances, boys brigade, cubs, scouts, even school holiday clubs. Everything happened there. But times change. That site's gone to ruin. It's been derelict for far too long. A sad reminder of what used to be. We can't bring back the past, but we can build a better future on that site. And that future must be council housing. The council housing team has already done the legwork, so we need to get it over the line. It surely makes sense to get the council some revenue back in some form of rent to cover this work. The committee system was meant to be about giving local councillors more power, and the ward councillors want council housing on Petitions Square. We have heard the Greens talk about the importance of bringing vacant buildings back into use and the importance of council housing. It's now time to put words into action. Their other main housing policy was convincing developers that planning permission to build...
Councillor Bales, it's time to wrap up, I'm afraid.
Can I just finish my last sentence?
Last sentence, go on then.
Last sentence, thank you. Permission to build, and they've admitted defeat on that. We need the council to take an active role in tackling the housing crisis. If you believe that, vote for this amendment.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Collard to second, please.
Hi, I'm also a council tenant. I love my council house. So's Carrie, so is Paul, summing up for this item. Barry has said that we don't understand council housing. Overall, maybe not, but there are a few of us that are in council housing that do. So you can see why we might take offence to that, especially from a council administration that says lived experience is important. I'm seconding this amendment because I don't think the council should fob off any responsibility for tackling the housing crisis. I'm doing this for young people that live in Bristol who are trying to find accommodation. With private renting the way it is, those on low incomes need council housing. Average rent for a one-bedroom flat is £1,100 a month. How can our young people afford that? It gets worse. Often they need a guarantor for private renting. They need to have a family member who makes a big enough salary for them to have that backstop. This locks thousands of people out of the housing in Bristol. One of my daughters is moving to Cardiff because she can't get a private rented house in Bristol. The Greens and Richard Eddy, to be fair, is placing a lot of hope in the fact that social housing providers will pick up the slack for the council. Social housing providers, as Kerry said, have limited cash to build new homes. Relying just on them to deliver the homes that we need in Bristol, it just won't work. We will get less social housing when we need more. The council needs to step up and do its bit. This is a fact. To make matters worse, selling off existing homes in this context is unthinkable. It's our duty to bring these homes up to scratch and lease it to those most in need. It's not the council monies, it's the council tenants' money.
Last sentence, please.
Conversion, which our affordable home strategy is based off, identifies council housing as tenants' #1 priority. So I'm asking you to go forward with this amendment.
Thank you very much. And now Councillor Parsons for the Green Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Council tenants have a right to expect safe, decent homes, something that the previous Labour administration failed to provide. That's not my judgment. That's the judgment of the regulator of social housing. which found that under Labour, Bristol's council homes had serious failings, which required significant improvement. We inherited well over 10,000 outstanding repairs, well over 3,000 damp and mould cases, safety inspections not done, the list goes on. We're talking about years of neglect under successive, mostly Labour administrations, and an approach to council homes that one member of the previous administration described to me as managing decline. The leader and I have apologised on behalf of the council for these failures, which happened under Labour's watch. We're still waiting for an apology and some form of accountability from Labour. Now we're putting things right, investing tens of millions in safe, decent homes, maintaining ambitious plans to build new affordable homes for Bristol, while also surveying every single council home in Bristol to understand what condition that they're in. We need this evidence in order to decide on how we're going to invest in the future. And we shouldn't load our residents with tens of millions of new debt now. It's a fantasy to imagine that that debt won't impact on day-to-day spending. Each site mentioned in these amendments has challenges. The council doesn't even own Peterson Square, for example. But under our existing plans, we're going to assess viability and we're going to decide on the best way forward for all these sites and more. Labour Housing Committee members had the chance to get involved in developing our investment plans through a workshop last year if they'd bothered to turn up. It seems to me that the Labour group are still in denial about the scale of the failings and therefore the scale of the investment challenge that we face.
Last sentence, please.
The Green Group can't support these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown, Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's getting late, so I'm going to keep this relatively brief, I hope. The previous administration left this council with a legacy of debt, with millions wasted on Bristol Energy, millions overspent on the Beacon, and some tens of millions in projected overspend on the last budget that chairs and committees had to get to grips with from the get-go when we moved into committee system in May last year. And the HRA is like a microcosm of the overall council budget, having to deal with and fix multiple legacy issues, whilst making ends meet and setting a deliverable and sustainable budget for years to come. Now, not all of those problems were the previous administration's making, but we do know what was the final straw, and that was the judgment from the social housing regulator. And after years of attrition, something had to give, and that is some of the capital spend in the HRA, so that we can finally invest in the existing stock of council houses and make them fit for our tenants and residents. So the Labour group could have taken on the chair's role they were entitled to and helped frame the way the city addresses those problems. Instead, they've taken the easy route to what they consider themselves as being in opposition. And this amendment, like so many others this evening, speaks to that. This is not about seriously addressing the city's issues. This is about making headlines. So as such, we'll be voting against.
Councillor Richard Eddy for the Conservative Group, please. Richard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We've heard a lot of rather, shamefully opportunistic Labour amendments so far, but in my view, this one takes a biscuit, really. It is nothing other than a barefaced go and a hypocrisy. Councillor Parsons and I generally agree that he should play good cop, I should play bad cop, but I have to say his speech was quite robust today. As I mentioned last year, this council received a very damning indictment from the social housing regulator over the safety and compliance issues affecting our tenants. To be fair to this administration, I believe it's acted with political will, speed, and with putting the resources in step. There's a very systematic programme of corrective action planned as we speak, and there are regular updates to the Chair's weekly briefing and also the Policy Committee. I would say also, in my view, the priorities indicated by Councillor Parsons and the leader are correct. our first priority is to actually make sure the housing stock of our tenants is safe and secure. And we are, in my view, doing the utmost to achieve that. To talk about how we can borrow from the HRA, well, frankly, the HRA is in such a poor state financially, and it was Labour who brought us here, that one can't borrow against that at the moment, either for repairs or for actually new build.
Last sentence, please.
I would just say, on the issue of the new house building, in my view, I've been told from 24 hours into the job that the previous administration's grandiose plans were frankly that are utterly unrealistic and couldn't be delivered. We are actually seeking to
Thank you, Councillor Eddy.
and using our links with our RP colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Paul Gogan, if you'd like to sum up, please.
My name is Paul Goggin and I am a council tenant. I haven't had a private tenancy now for 20 years. Kerry, Kirsty, Sue and myself are very lucky and very grateful. But why should we be lucky? We're not special. Well, they are, not me. You'd have to live in a disinformation bubble to come out publicly and state that we don't understand council housing. Barry. In my case, a council house saved my life. And I'm not being melodramatic if you know my backstory. Councillor Edwards chastised us for not taking part in the committee system, even though we do. But in homes and housing delivery on which I sit, a decision referenced by Councillor Clark as being unfortunate but necessary was made in a closed chairs briefing between the Green and Tory chair and vice chair. It was only noticed when the minutes were shared a week later. It had to be called in and was approved by one vote. I don't know the model equivalent of smoky backroom deals, perhaps vapey. That decision removed from the pipeline a development of 1,500 homes, of which a massive 50% were going to be council homes. The biggest build for 50 years. That's a massive 750 families on our 22,000 waiting list being provided with good, eco-friendly homes. We're not even allowed to ask questions at the meeting without submitting them in advance. So now we hope someone else will build them, own them, pocketing the capital and revenue. Certainly delay them, perhaps even scrap them. But today, the Green administration will pass whatever the budget they want. We know that. They're first. But know this. This will be your budget. You will own it, live with it, and the people of Bristol will hold you to account.
Okay, as Councillor Parsons was named, he does have the right to apply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I must admit, I have no idea what either member is referring to, what I'm supposed to have said. But I would like to reiterate that, that we value the input of members of every group in this chamber, and that members of the Labour group have just as much opportunity to participate in the deliberations of the Homes and Housing Delivery Committee that I chair as anybody else, if they would choose to take up those opportunities.
Okay, thanks. Let's move to the vote now, shall we?
We were never offered chair.
Okay, we're moving to the vote.
Not of housing, not of housing. We were never offered chair. I think we are.
Councillor Clark, I've just said that. You don't need to tell me what to do. Please vote now.
We were never offered chair of housing.
Thanks, Tim. Okay, so that's 21 votes for, 46 against, and no abstentions. So that amendment has fallen. Thank you. We now move to the final amendment of the day, Amendment 13, Labour Amendment. I'd like to ask Councillor Hornchin to move the amendment, please.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, members of the Chamber. We've all talked about the facts and figures of why bringing children's homes back into the council ownerships makes sense financially. We all want children to grow up with their families, every single one of us. However, sometimes this is not the safest option. We then need to find an alternative provision. As of May 2024, Bristol has 769 children in our care. The next best option is to keep them close to home, however. Currently, 44% live outside Bristol. 20% live 20 miles away from home. Of the children in our care, 67 live in foster homes, which is a good thing, and 13% live in children's homes. The average age for a young person to come into a children's home is around 15. Around 2/3 of children entering children's homes come because of the failure of the previous placement, be that a foster care placement or even a kingship foster care placement. Often it can be after several failures. This brings with it trauma and very complex needs of the child. Then there is the emergency care, when a bed for the night, the next few weeks are required at short notice until a suitable long-term placement can be found. As a local authority, Bristol is required to have a sufficiency duty, that is to ensure that all children have a place, that need a place get one. This has led to an exploitative business practice all over the country, and an unequal distribution of places of private for-profit children's homes across the country. Bristol, with its very high housing costs, fares rather badly on this front. Young people need stability. They need to know that the people that are working with them will be around for a long time. They need to create meaningful relationships that will last, that will help them develop and grow. Ones that are therapeutic, that can look after them or their day-to-day needs, but also often their very complex needs. While there are some good models of care in the private sector, there's no doubt, a research project carried out by the Oxford Department of Social Policy showed that private sector children's homes got a lower Ofsted rating scores on average, and they're more likely to get handed violation notices. Sorry, I can't say that properly. The market-looking model for efficiencies can create higher staff turnovers. I have seen this and witnessed this, and will not have the flexibility of care that a parenting a child with complex needs.
20 seconds, please.
This failure in care can have a devastating consequences for the individual. We all know that the grim statistics of care experienced adults, indeed I was talking to you about that, I think last council. All children need stable and loving environments.
Last sentence, please.
And thrive, that they have a good chance of life. For a healthier society now and in the future, we need to continue this building programme. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Councillor Logan to second, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The most important thing that the City Council does is to look after our most vulnerable children. I suspect there's fairly unanimous consensus on that, and tonight's shown the beautiful value of consensus among councillors. The most expensive thing, however, that the City Council can do is to house some of these young people in high-cost placements far from Bristol. These generally have the worst outcomes for children and are among the worst value-for-money decisions that the City Council can take. And everyone knows this. Officers only use these services when they don't have any other choice. If it's 4:30 on a Friday afternoon and a child needs placing, you place that child where you can, regardless of distance or cost. As politicians, we need to make better choices available, and we are doing. One of the best things that the City Council is doing currently is building children's homes. High-quality, welcoming homes in Bristol. A programme I've initiated, I believe, with cross-party support. The force of this amendment is to keep going. Do not just complete the current programme, continue it. Identifying locations for future homes, including this within the Council's capital programme. It might be possible to wait and see if the DfE will do its for us. Great if they can, something Labour governments are good at, but we shouldn't wait for that. This is a key component to Bristol solving its own problems. Because until we tackle the costs of expensive external placements, we will not, as a council, be able to do anything else. However, If we do tackle these costs, we can afford to meet Bristolians' priorities. The second part of this amendment describes the positive changes we can achieve when we do so, providing adequate short breaks, securing the fortnightly bin collection that over 11,000 households have already told us that they want and expect. This amendment shows that we can deliver better outcomes for the most vulnerable Bristolians and how to afford the priorities for all Bristolians. I look forward to rapturous cross-party support. Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you very much. Councillor Townsend for the Green Group, please.
There remains a 2-year building programme because during this first year in our term, as the corporate parenting chair, we've continued to do that planning, as you were told at Finance Sub. In order to bring our children home, there are 2 conditions that we need. We need to do it safely and we need to do it at the right time in their lives. What has not been identified here is who is actually going to come home. We are not going to bring Year 10 students home when they're halfway through their exam courses. We'll leave that until they're at the end of Year 11. That would be the correct time to bring that child home. That's 18 months from now. We will know that those children are ready to come home over the course of the next year, which is exactly what I was explaining during the Finance Sub, and we will plan for it. 2 years in a child's life is a long time. That's why you need to plan 2 years ahead. It's very specific under the previous administration why they went for 2 years. It is about professional understanding and knowing the needs of the children and enabling them to come home when the time is right for them. We are not going to bring children home because you think there needs to be another amendment. We will be bringing children home when they are ready and when it's safe for them to do so. And there is a 2-year programme in order to make that happen. And for the following year, all of you that can join corporate parenting, you're all members of the corporate parent, and join us and make that further year if needed. 36 full-time members of staff going into early intervention in children's services specifically is looking to keep children with their families for the exact reason that it's better outcomes for those children.
Last sentence, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Classic to speak, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This amendment raises some important issues, particularly around the provision of children's homes, but it is not without its flaws. While we agree with the principle of increasing the Council's provision for children in care, we do have serious concerns about the practicality and deliverability of the savings outlined in this amendment and whether this is even the best way forward for our most vulnerable looked after children. We are already in the process of building new children's homes, and this doesn't look at the real barrier in expanding provision. It's not just the simple availability of those buildings, it's also things like recruitment and sustainability of those homes going forwards. Without tackling things like staffing shortfall, increasing the number of council-run homes will not necessarily achieve the intended cost savings or improve outcomes for children who need them most. We, as a party, are in agreement with the principle of investment and improvement into our local looked-after children, but we have to ensure that any decisions really do consider the needs of our most vulnerable children. Furthermore, this amendment bundles in other spending proposals on public toilets and waste collections that seem somewhat disconnected from the core issue at hand. While these are very important services, it's unclear why they've come forward within this amendment, and we question whether the necessary financial planning has been done to ensure these commitments are sustainable. Despite these concerns, we will be voting for this amendment. We support the ambition to expand children's care in our city, and we recognise that further work is needed to ensure Bristol provides the best possible support for vulnerable young people. However, we urge the Chamber to be realistic about the challenges ahead and to ensure that any commitments made are genuinely deliverable and do consider the needs of our most vulnerable, rather than setting unachievable targets that risk putting further strain on council resources.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eddy, please, for Conservative Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This subject matter, as Councillor Logan made clear, obviously affects strongly all of us, I have no doubt. I'm sure we take, hopefully, very serious duty as corporate parents I'm sympathetic, so are my colleagues, to several of the points made, particularly bearing in mind the costs of away from home accommodation at present. But I'm very conscious what Councillor O'Rourke said probably quite some time ago now. There is a place and a way of doing things, and simple budget amendments are not the way. As Councillor Townsend made clear, clearly there's a 2-year ongoing programme in place. There are complicated issues. Officers are dealing with this, and until they are addressed and there are decisions made, it would be utterly wrong to actually embrace this amendment. So the Tory group will be voting against.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hornchin, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm not quite sure what you mean about the fact that the children would be brought back in time when they need to. Obviously, I don't want children to come back earlier than they need to or halfway through their exams. What we were talking about is sufficiency, about having enough places for them to come back to. And I do think that we have enough time and enough in those 2 years to work out how we can staff and build these houses and how we can staff and run the houses within in the future. Because this is but a proposal that's coming in the future to add to the very good programs that we have already in place, which is something we've been doing for the last year or 2 years as the proposals came through, when we started realising belatedly that using private providers is not the best solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to the vote. Please vote now. So that's 28 votes for, 40 against and no abstentions, so that amendment has fallen. That concludes the consideration of amendments. At this point, I'd like to ask the Chief Financial Officer to confirm the position in terms of the budget amendments have been carried or not.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I can confirm the following 4 amendments have been carried. Liberal Democrat Group, Revenue Amendment 1. Labour Group, Revenue Amendment 6. Labour Group, Capital and Revenue Amendment 7. Liberal Democrat Group, Revenue Amendment 9. These will now form the proposed amendment to the Chair of Strategy and Resources Committee's recommended budget.
Thank you very much indeed. So we now move to section 7 of the procedure, and this will be a wider debate on the revenue and capital budget. Please may I remind members at this point where you can make comments about any part of the budget recommendations. Following this debate, there will be a vote on whether full council accept the budget as amended, accept the budget as originally proposed, or refer the budget to the Strategy and Resources Committee for reconsideration. So first, I'd like to call on Councillor Heather Mack to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Hello, Mayor. There's been a theme from tonight from Labour that things are different now compared to when they chose to close or reduce services in the past. They claim that the difference is better funding. I wonder how many of you really believe that the Labour government have been the saviours, as we were promised, with a record number of councils needing financial support this year. Well, actually, the difference is the mess that we've been left with. We've heard a lot about the crisis of the state of our council homes, needing millions of repairs, but also the increase in demands across all of our services, the failure to deliver savings year on year that we have faced in year this year, part of the general, I think, financial concerns across the council, and actually a reduction in core spending power this year compared to other years from the government. I'd also like to point out that by my calculations, the sum of SOAs and the spend on political staff is something like £200,000 less now than under the Labour administration. So the idea that a couple of years ago we couldn't afford things like toilets, but now we could cut SOAs for toilets is laughable. And I have to wonder whether those set up to speak on those amendments were presented with those facts and that information from that time when we couldn't possibly have afforded it a few years ago, which feels not very genuine to me. I do have to say I'm really impressed with the number of amendments today, and despite it being a long meeting and also it being my birthday and a very long meeting, I don't begrudge I don't at all begrudge a large number of amendments, and there were so many things to support and so many things I could see from almost all groups that I would really like to work on and support. But there were also a lot of problems. You know, we've pointed out the problems in specific amendments, how they were paired together, where the money was coming from to go to. And I just think if these ideas had been discussed cross-party, especially allotments and food production, you know, I really care about that. And I think that have been dived into over a few weeks, not a day. I think there could have been an opportunity to compromise, to find the best ways to fund these projects, and I think many would have supported them. I would ask the group to harness, I'd ask the Labour group to harness the suddenly discovered energy and time and bring it to committees, to agenda setting, to work planning, which thus far, I'm afraid to say, have had reasonably pitiful attendance from Labour, or the finance subgroup, where Labour didn't take up one of their seats on that group. I often hear members from your benches talking about how much work it takes, and maybe we shouldn't talk about cutting allowances when we're all concerned about how do we find time to do this job properly around everything else. And maybe we want to find a way that people can prioritise the work that we need here. There absolutely was an offer. We wanted all parties to have committee chairs. If others in Labour do not believe that that was offered, there's a problem in your party. I was in those rooms. Other people didn't come into the room. We wanted you in there.
Okay, Councillor Mack, you need to finish now, I'm afraid. Sorry,
So please do
Councillor
work
Mack,
with
you've
us
had
to
your
get
time.
these things done.
So, Councillor Tom Renard, please, for the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, today's certainly been quite a process, and I'm delighted to still be here, so better luck next time to those who had a book running on what number of amendments I'd get to before having to dash out. And I stand here now contemplating the type of city I want my daughters to grow up in. A city where we invest in services to protect the most vulnerable. A city where we ensure we're getting the basics right. A city where there's a focus on moving forward in the best interests of Bristolians. Now, I thank those in the two parties that felt able to support some of our constructive, common-sense proposals to improve lives in the city. It's a shame the Green Party Council on the opposite bench have chosen to try and block all of our proposals. Not exactly the new way of doing politics that was promised to be over the hill in the sunlit uplands. At least three of the parties here are able to work together in the interests of the city first. And we have previously voted for Green amendments to Labour budgets in case you need a memory jog. A shame you're putting your tribalism first and voting our constructive suggestions down. So what are we left with? A Green Party that opposes everything and stands for nothing. Well, except for 4 weekly black bin collections, of course, with a budget cut baked in that will see it have to go to at least 3 weekly, and a waste service that is falling apart due to Green Party mismanagement. We all know how that story ended in Brighton. Now, before the views of Bristol citizens, over 11,000 of them, who have signed a petition against 4 weekly black bin collection are dismissed, I would caution you that given the cuts in the budget, to many of us your consultation does look predetermined. Residents who have chosen to express their views by signing a petition are equally valid as other routes. Now on to some of the wild claims that have been in this chamber today. More transparency and openness apparently, but council housing schemes behind closed doors in a backroom deal with the Tories. A finance subcommittee that claims to have taken proposals off the table like sacking lollipop people. They were your proposals in the first place and only came off after Good Morning Britain intervened, let's be clear. Not engaging, well, we've left task and finish groups, secured funding for new bus routes, delivered an economic strategy for the city and a supporting work to deal with the issue of attendance at schools. Now, Mark, back to the analogy of goldfish and memories. I doubt many have forgot the destruction 14 years of Tory austerity has wrought and how that has impacted local government. The cuts took away well over 100 million for a broken promise on the rent settlement, reducing the availability of much-needed funds to invest in existing homes. Despite this, Labour invested record levels in upgrading homes as part of budgets that all parties participated in and voted for. Remember the big housing conversation? Labour nationally are investing in local government with a multi-year settlement to follow that has been pledged. An extra 27 million this year. Locally, we will continue to do what's right and protect vital services, put forward alternative solutions and be a constructive opposition. We're here to secure the best for Bristol citizens and we make no apology in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Classic for the Liberal Democrats, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Tonight we've been debating a budget that will shape the future of the city for the year ahead. And I rise to confirm that the Liberal Democrat group will be supporting this budget as amended. However, if we want to make it clear that if the amended budget does not pass, we will still support the budget in its unamended form. Our support is based on one key principle. This year, unlike our experience in previous years under the former administration, we have had a genuine opportunity to be part of this budget setting process. This budget has been shaped through greater collaboration with chairs and vice chairs of all committees from all parties being included as part of the process, and a willingness to listen to input from across the chamber and further out from the residents of Bristol, something we have felt sorely lacking in the past. That is a fundamental change and one that we really welcome. While this budget is far from perfect, and we always knew it was going to be, the ongoing pressures left by the previous administration, coupled with the previous government's underfunding of local government, this budget is one that takes a pragmatic approach to maintaining and improving the essential services that the people of Bristol rely on. Difficult decisions have had to be made, but crucially, those decisions have been made with the proper scrutiny and input from councillors across the political spectrum. And while some here have chosen to do that scrutiny and challenge via the local press, we would like to extend our thanks to those in this chamber who have chosen to engage in the spirit of collaboration. It's a real shift where the budget setting often felt like we were surplus to requirement and just turned up to a deal that had already been made behind closed doors. As Liberal Democrats, we will always advocate for a budget that prioritises frontline services, protects the most vulnerable and invests in Bristol. This budget is not everything we would want in an ideal world, but we recognise that it has been built with a far more inclusive and transparent process than we have seen in recent times. And that is why we are prepared to support it tonight.
Thank you very much. Councillor Weston for Conservative Group, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I really must be the world's largest goldfish, because everyone seems to think that I'm forgetting everything that has happened in recent years. Councillor Reynard, you're absolutely correct. The Conservatives were in power for 14 years. The difference between the two of us is I'm not trying to deny that, whereas you seem to be having a chronic case of amnesia about the fact that you were in charge of the city for 8 years. And you talk about the city needs to get the basics right. Well, evidently, when it comes to the HRA, that means putting Labour nowhere near it. Waste collections. The waste collections are massively problematic. You're right. The problems actually started under the Labour administration when you took wagons off the road and then redid all the routes, and we're still dealing with that. I mean, it's actually probably the one thing that does unite all the parties is how much we really hate our inboxes when it comes to waste collection day. And social media too. Love everything, Henbury Facebook page. But when it comes to this budget, I'm afraid we are voting against on it. Some parts we agree with. We believe that we're taking a pragmatic approach on the HRA. It is better and more fiscally sound than it was, so we'll support the HRA when it comes to it. There's the educational schools grants. I forgot the term, but we'll go for the education part of it as well. But the main budget, we have concerns. We think some of the problems are not being addressed. We have serious issues when it comes to waste. That's absolutely correct. In particular, waste enforcement on things like fly tipping. We have to develop a strategy on that. Planning and planning enforcement, particularly when I'm afraid to say when it comes to planning enforcement. If people start breaking the rules and getting away with breaking the rules, then more people do it, and you can see the problems that cause from it. And actually, my colleague in Avonmouth, you are absolutely spot on correct about the problems of fly tipping. We have it all over the place. Some of the issues that are postponed rather than resolved. Libraries, I'm still not quite sure where you intend to take it. We'll be watching that very carefully. Museums, there's a stay of execution for a year, but we're going to keep fighting on that one and keeping an eye on it. We don't believe we should be mothballing our museums and mothballing our history. But it's getting late. I've had a wonderful experience, and despite the fact I do want to keep filibustering just so colleagues can stay here during their birthday, I'm going to sit down, shut up, but we will be voting against. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. So we now move to section 8 of the procedure, and this will be a vote on whether full council will accept the budget as amended, accept the budget as originally proposed, or refer the budget to the Strategy and Resources Committee for reconsideration. I will move each of these three options in turn, and full council will vote on each of them. So I hereby move that the budget be accepted as amended. And I'd like to ask Councillor Gogging as Deputy Lord Mayor to second the motion. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. So this will be an e-vote. Please ensure you're in your allocated seats that your vote is recorded accurately. Please vote now. So that's 62 votes for and 6 against and no abstentions. So the budget as amended has been passed. So I can now jump to section 9 of the procedure. I, as Lord Mayor, now formally move that full council notes the section 25 statement of the section 151 officer as required under Local Government Act 2003. This is set out in full at paragraph 17 of the main budget report and confirms the robustness of the budget estimates. I'd like to ask Councillor Goggin as Deputy Lord Mayor to second the motion. Mayor asks full council to formally note the section 151 officer statement. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. We now move to section 10 of the procedure. Before the final vote on the budget, I invite Councillor Tony Dyer to make his closing statement. Tony.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. You'll all be very pleased to know that I won't be speaking very long at all. I said right at the beginning that this would be a lively debate. I think that's been proven to be correct. I think what I will say is this is the start of a journey. We all of us in this chamber, whatever our different political opinions, want to do what's best for our city, both now and in the future. And I strongly believe that. And I strongly believe that only when you work in this council, either as a member or as a member of the officer team, that you start to understand just how much hard work there is that goes on, both in this building and in other buildings, by all of those involved with the council. It's tough. It's why we sometimes get angry with each other, but we all know it's worth it to get it right because we all love this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. I want to thank all members for an excellent session today. I think it's been really lively, but really important. And so thank you very much, everyone, for that. So we've got a few more votes to get through before we head off. So it's section 11 of procedure, and we're going to vote on the budget recommendations as per the report and as displayed on the screen. So the first vote is related to the general fund, and I hereby move that recommendations A to H, which are being shown on the screen now. And I'd like to ask Councillor Goggin as Deputy Lord Mayor to second that motion. Thank you. So this will be an e-vote. Remember, you're voting on recommendations A to H, and the vote will be open for 15 seconds. Please vote now. Thank you. So that's 41 for, 27 against and no abstentions. So that vote has been carried. Thank you. So we now move to vote 2, which is related to housing revenue account. I hereby move recommendations I to T. These are being shown on the screen shortly. Can you see those? Yeah, okay, lovely, thank you. So, Councillor Goggin, as Deputy Lord Mayor, could you second that, please? Thank you very much, Paul. So, again, this will be an e-vote. Please vote now. Thank you. And for that vote, it's 47 for, 21 against, and no abstentions. So the second vote has been carried. And finally, vote 3, which is in relation to the dedicated schools grant. I hereby move recommendations U to X, which are being shown on the screen. And I'd like to ask Councillor Goggin, as Deputy Lord Mayor, to second the motion. Thank you. So we'll now move to the vote. Please vote now. Thank you. And so for that vote, 47 votes for, no votes against, and 21 abstentions. So that has been carried. So, thank you very much, everyone. I am pleased to confirm that the 2025-2026 budget is in place. That concludes today's meeting. I wish to thank all councillors today and to all others attending today's meeting. And a quick reminder that the next meeting of full council is not too far away. It's the Tuesday, the 11th of March. Thank you very much, everyone.